Hi, Brandy. Good to see you, sweetie. Good to see you. Oh, you're a beautiful soul too, darling. You're a sweetie. So one knows what me tonight. And you know what, something? I didn't put my earpieces in. So if somebody does come, I ain't gonna be able to hear them. What about me? And I thought I was doing good, y'all. I come in here and sit down, and I got my mic fixed. I had a setting, and somehow or another, a setting got messed up in my laptop, and but it's all fixed now. I know Lady Seven Up's coming in. She texted me, and I reminded my Jinx and my biscuit head. And let's see. I got to get rid of something here. There we go. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me, Brandy? Please let me know you can hear me. Am I froze up? I hope not. You know how YouTube does sometimes. StreamYard's terrible sometimes. But I'm hoping some people will come in and talk to us this evening as maybe talk at some of the similarities in this case. Hi, Maddie. Can y'all hear me? I hope my sound's okay tonight. There's my Lady 7-Up. Beautiful. You're the beautiful one. You're the beautiful one. Yes, you are. Oh, I gotta show y'all something cool. I was sitting here, excuse me, drinking my Mountain Dew, and I want y'all to look at my. Check it out. Ain't that cool? I thought that was just neat. Hey, Kay, how are you, darling? Hey, it's me. Oh, was Jinky's live? I didn't know she was live. I've been running around with chicken with head cut off. Thank you. That's my Jinx, my girl. I try my best to be at every single live that she gets. With all my supporters, any of them that has a channel, I try my. Hi, Tails. Good to see you, darling. Gotta love my Jinkies. Gots to love my Jinkies. I'm telling you. Y'all, ain't she awesome? She is just absolutely awesome. I forgot to set my channel on. Well, I'll get it here in a second. Gotta get it set, because if you don't, let's do this one. There we go. That's better. H. Davis. Hi, darling. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, yeah. Thank y'all for coming over. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know Jinkies will be here in a little bit. So y'all still get to see her. I know how fun she is. She's just a whole basket full of fun. Hi, Fonda Cheeseman. Hi, beautiful. Oh, thank you, Kay. Thank you. Oh, my lights are flashing in. I didn't know they were going to do that. That's not good. Oh, well. Telling you, see the reflection of my lights in my light. Oh, well, I'll have to try to fix it later. Biscuit head, biscuit head, biscuit head, my beautiful biscuit head. Biscuit head's been really sick, y'all. She's still another week she's been sick. And I just been plumb worried about her. And Auntie Sherry's got bronchitis, something terrible. The biscuit head's been dealing with Rona for a couple weeks now. Way over a couple weeks. Oh, thank you, Kales. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just a little old country girl. That's me. I thought Brandy Overstreet was in here. She said hello, and then I didn't see her anymore. She's a sweetie, too. Yes, all the sick ones. Everybody's, well, they said that time of the year, things change and go back and forth, and people get sick so fast and so easy. The weather, that's just like day before yesterday here, it was 80 degrees. I had shorts on. And today, we had to go to Bristol. And I was sitting in the car at Bristol, and big snowflakes. Snowing. And it's like 2 days, and it's like, whoop. Okay, Kels, that's it. Well, you cooking? I love cooking. I've been complimenting. Yeah, that word. On different things. Some people said they'd like to see what I do in the garden, and some people like to say that they'd like to see me cooking. And chicken pot pie, homemade. Oh, man. Oh, I love it. Love it. That sounds really, really good. But I planted my potatoes, my onions, and my peas. Day before, see, it was on the 1st. On April 1st. April Fool's Day. And I recorded it all. Recorded every bit of it. And the gatekeeper says, there ain't nobody want to watch all that. You're going to have to edit that way, way down. Chile in Kansas. We got relatives in Kansas, Kay. Actually in Kansas City, Kansas. My husband's brother and his family live in Kansas City. Never been there. I plan on going there this year. So, 40 degrees, H. Davis says. Oh, thank you. Thank you, H. Davis. I search for backgrounds. Search. The only thing that's bothering me right now is the reflection of my light into my live on air light. My husband, gatekeeper, bought me the light. And I like it. It kind of fuzzes out though, It's a lot prettier in person than what it is on camera. Born and raised, Kay says. Born and raised in Kansas. H. Davis says he's in Indiana. Well, H. Davis, I'll tell you, it's probably cooler here than what it is in Indiana right now. That's unusual for Tennessee. But, well, no, not this time of the year. This is what we call dogwood. Either some people say it's redbud winter, and some people saying it's dogwood winter. I guess I better put a link out if I want my jinx to come up, or whoever would like to come up. Uh-oh. Don't do that. Let me get it out there. So we're just going to have a discussion today about the similarities in little Summer's case and poor little Sebastian's case. In my opinion, the similarities are crazy. I was in Smiley's chat last night, and she was talking about that Sebastian's dad said that the flyers were being taken down. That's another similarity. We hang flyers, especially in Rogersville. We hang flyers in Rogersville. Come back a couple of days later, and they're gone. Don't know who's taking them. Hang them on the poles sometimes. They get gone. Yes, Sherriff, red bloods are blooming. They're blooming beautiful, but we got a lot of dogwood blooming too. I saw a beautiful pink dogwood tree a few minutes ago. Well, not a few minutes, earlier today. That's what there's so many speculations. And as humans, it's naturally, it does look like I got pink hair, doesn't it? Oh, wow, that's cool. That's from that light. It's normal to speculate. And we, as true crime crazies, I'd say, we speculate a lot, a whole lot. And you don't know what to believe. You have so many people, saying the parents did something. Well, let's just say the mama and the stepdad, they did it. Does that sound familiar, y'all? Does it sound familiar to you? The mom, she did it. She did something to her. I know she did. And then they went and picked up. Hi, short legs. Hi, darling. Okay, baby, that's fine. That's fine. You go and do what you got to do. But thank you for being here. But so Candace went and picked up H, and H spent the day with him. And then I heard that Katie picked up a cousin, and they spent the day with them. And then they come home, and a few hours later, poof, SWTC. Hey, good to see you, darling. Sherriff, you're a doll, baby. Thank you. Thank you for being here. And this, the similarities on how some people feel like they're being accused, and then once they feel like they're being accused, they seem to be more guilty or act more guilty. And then all this stuff coming out of poor little Sebastian being essayed. Just found that out yesterday. I know y'all have heard that. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I know all the ins and outs of it. I invited Smiley to come over, and I'm hoping she's going to have time to do that, because if anybody knows the ins and the outs of especially the Sebastian Rogers case, it's Miss Smiley. She is on top of it. She is on top of it. Oh, really? Bull's Gap. Bull's Gap is very close to me. That's where we had we did no, it's not where I didn't do that one there. I was actually sick that day. I couldn't go, or I had a meet. I can't remember. I wasn't sick, but I can't remember. But they had a there was a festival there. That's when all the crap went down with Chillbilly and rap, all that mess. But yeah, I know exactly where that track is. I drove by that track every single day for a year. Well, 5 days a week anyway. On my way to work. Drove by it every day because I worked in Greenville. Let's see. So what do y'all think? Do y'all think that they're guilty? They're sure acting like they're guilty to me. What do y'all think? Love any kind of racing cases. You know what? I hate to keep getting off topic and jumping back on, but y'all were turn my phone off. Y'all are talking racing. I used to be the biggest Jeff Gordon fan. I loved Jeff Gordon. Go to Bristol races. Jody Ann, hi darling. Lady 7 Up. There's a whole lot of people thinking that. Because there's a big, they are sus. They are so sus. Their story changes from interview to interview. Oh, excuse me, just 1 second. Sorry about that. But yeah, you remember the first interview that they had with Duchess. Duchess was so sweet. Duchess was just herself. And she asked all the questions. It was like 100 and some questions. She asked all the questions that anybody asked in chat. And thank you, Jody Ann. But from that interview into the Nancy Grace interview was like night and day. And I know that they had been, talked to. Well, they knew then, since then, that there is so many people that are Judith Faye. Well, hi, darling. Good to see you. They done something bad to this young man. I'm afraid of that too. And I know y'all know how I feel about things, that I try my best not to accuse. I try to keep my opinions. I mean, I stress my opinions, but sometimes, I think I hold it back a little bit. I just don't. Accident? Honestly, Kate, if it was an accident, I think, in my opinion, I don't think she would have hesitated to call the popo. I just don't think she would have hesitated to. Because, I mean, unless she was inebriated, I don't know. But I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. I thought I turned it off. Happy. Hi, darling. Good to see you. But yes, Lady Seven Up. Exactly. I That's one reason why I decided to do this, is because it seems to me like Summer, and I know there's no updates. I know there's nothing new to report for Summer, but it seems to me like 90% of the creators has just pushed Summer to the side. Yeah, I know that everyone is out there digging and looking and trying to find this little young man. And Lord knows I pray that they do. I so pray that they do. But in the meantime, Summer's still missing too. And I feel like she's just been swept under the rug to me. I mean, that, or just, threw to the side, and because Sebastian is the news. Sebastian is what everybody wants to find out. Where is Sebastian? What's the latest on Sebastian? And that's what everybody where everybody get all the views from. I mean, it's just let's just be serious. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing bad, anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that we still have summer gone, and we still need to say, okay, we'll, maybe they do the live on Sebastian and focusing on Sebastian, and that's all good. I mean, I there's nothing I want more than for that little boy to be found. And but I still want Summer's name to be put out there. I still want people I would appreciate if say, oh, and don't forget, we're still looking for little summer whales. We're still looking. We're still want to know what happened to Summer. But how does babies just disappear? I mean, just poof, they're gone. Just gone. Nobody's seen them. Especially in like a neighborhood of I can see why nobody would see anything in Summer's neighborhood. Summer's neighborhood, they're, how far away are the houses? And it's a rural neighborhood. And let's just face it, there's not a lot of people with cameras, surveillance. I mean, there's probably more than what we think that think there is, but Happy Hippie says, I hate to say it, but going on 3 years now for Summer with nothing. In my opinion, she will never be found unless someone tells the truth, and that's not going to happen, in my opinion. Oh, Happy Hippie, I'm afraid you could be right. But I pray that somebody will decide to do the right thing, because somebody knows. Somebody knows. But there's surveillance in a rural area, and then the neighborhood, and we've all, hi, Dumpling. Exactly. Come up here and talk to me. Come up here with me and talk about it, Dumpling. Please. Please come up here and help me if you have time. But the surveillance in that neighborhood, why didn't anybody see Sebastian take the garbage to the curb? Why? These people have cameras out in their houses. I mean, they're if he took that garbage to the curb, I believe he would have been seen. He would be on film. And why is somebody not bringing it out? If there was, the police has been around to everybody. They have, and they've took everybody's surveillance, and that they've critiqued it. I mean, just went through every single second of it, trying to get something. There she is. Show me your face real quick, please. 'Cause I trusted you. Okay, baby. You're good. Hey,
Okay.
darling.
Hey, I
Hey.
don't know how good I'm gonna sound because I'm helping clean my son's room right now, so I have my headphones in. If I sound too loud or weird, tell me and I'll turn it down, okay?
You sound good. I mean, you got a little bit of clicking going on, but it's very tolerable.
Clicking. Okay, let me see. These headphones, listen, for as much as you pay for headphones, they should work perfect.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Okay. I don't know if that's gonna help
Oh
any.
yeah, yeah, that sounds better.
Okay. All right, so what y'all talking about? Y'all talking about the similarities between.
Yes. Yes. Every time I turn around, there's something new that's saying, "Oh my gosh, that's just like Summer's case."
If
I mean,
Kathy, do I still have an echo? If I do have an echo, I can just take out
no,
my
no, no.
headphones.
You sound great. You sound great.
Okay. Okay. So what do you think about what do you see in with similarities? What similarities do you see between the two cases? Because I just got here. We were not home.
Well, I just started.
Okay.
So, but um, first of all, I think is they both went out and spent went out and was away from home all day, spent the day out. They both picked up somebody and spent the day with them. Like Katie picked up the cousin and spent the day. So the cousin was with them as an alibi. And then and I don't know if they were if they're guilty. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
That would be an alibi. Say
that is very true. And
and
how they both thought at first that they were taken by someone, and
yes,
then changed very quickly to walked away on their own. Maybe.
yes,
Um, I'm trying to think.
and then about the flyers going missing. They hang the flyers, and then the flyers get gone.
Oh yes, I heard about that. And you know
Yeah.
what? I'm gonna sway a little bit away from Summer with this. I saw someone comment last night that well actually it was in a Facebook group for Sebastian.
Hmm.
Someone had posted that there was a missing girl in their town, and she was a mother, and she lived with her boyfriend and her kids, and she went missing, and that exact same thing kept happening to everyone in town. They kept tearing down her flyers, and they kept getting chased off if they got close to the properties or anything. They were on public roads and stuff, but they still kept getting chased off by people. And it turns out it was all the boyfriend's family doing all of that to try to keep them away because he had unalived her and buried her at the family's at one of their properties. So my point is, when people start chasing you off and pulling down flyers and everything, it makes me think that people know something that they're trying to hide,
And they're getting too
possibly.
close.
Mhm.
People are
Yeah.
getting too close. And I'm not saying that anybody's guilty, okay? Which there ain't nobody knows but the people that that's done it, okay? But
Mhm.
when you decide to just leave with your 15-year-old child gone,
Oh my goodness, Miss Chewy, I know. How could you do that? How
uh,
in the world?
there's no way.
3 hours away. I
Right.
rewatched Nancy Grace interviewing like the Katie and Chris for a little bit, and I saw them saying the mom was like, he went back to work. She asked why did y'all leave, and she said I accompanied him, and Nancy was like, why'd you do that? Why did you leave? And she said I forgot what her answer was, but it was so, you could just see in her face she knew it was wrong. She knew it was wrong.
Yeah.
And then, go ahead.
120 Acres says both men in the home supposedly at work.
Yes,
That's
that is very
another.
true.
Yes. And both mothers left the home to drive around looking for their children. That's true.
Here's another one. Sebastian's updated photo looks nothing like his flyer. He looks like he is a child, but he looks like a child big time in his flyer pictures. And then they put out a picture of him and it's not photoshopped. It is a real photo taken at Christmas of this last year.
Okay. So it's not the one that all the uproar is about then. Yeah.
What? He's standing in front of like a Christmas tree backdrop, and he doesn't have glasses,
Oh,
and his face looks.
That one was photoshopped.
It was photoshopped?
Oh, you talking about the one with the smile with it that's showing his teeth? There's two different ones. There's one.
Okay. I don't know the fake one. I'm talking about the one Chris said he took. Seth said he took, not Chris.
Okay. Well, yeah, Seth did take one, but then there was a YouTube creator that took it upon themselves to Photoshop.
Okay, so it could be the same one. Okay, I got you.
And she took away his little smile that he had. You couldn't see his teeth. She changed it. If you go, well, no, she took it down. But there, Chasing did a live a couple last night or night before last. I can't remember. But it was that creator calling out that creator for doing that because the creator.
Why would they do that? That is awful.
I don't know. Yes, the one of him standing beside of Santa. Yes, Jody Ann, you're right. Is the one of him standing beside Santa. Oh, and 220 Acres says both sets of adults moved off for a while.
Yeah, that's okay. So I don't know right now. You guys know how YouTube is. You can't find the truth of facts, which is true and which is not. So I don't know what's true about them selling their house. I heard so many things. I heard Chris's mom owns that house and she put it up for sale. And then I heard that they're moving to Memphis. And it's just, I can't, it's hard to comment. Huh?
I said, I just can't imagine leaving and thinking that my baby would come home. Now, both children supposedly barefoot. And federal offenses doing that, I would think. Yes, it would be. Let's see, somebody
both had a CPS case.
Yes. Well, did you hear that the latest is that Sebastian was essayed?
Yes, at 7 years old, I think it was.
Yes.
And
Seth didn't know anything about it.
I think he knew.
Okay.
Wait, I can't confirm that. I don't know if he had just found this out or if he did know. I think he's actually learning a lot right now. A lot. His eyes are getting opened real wide to how his son really was treated and the reasons why. I think that I don't know. I can't imagine him knowing about it and not doing anything about them still letting that person around Sebastian.
No, not as the type of father that he is. No.
Yes.
Or that he showed us that he is. Beautiful Sunflower says the house is in the Proudfoots' name. It's not for sale. That was back when it was posted before they bought it.
Okay. Yeah, see, YouTube mixes everything up, so it's hard to comment on stuff without seeing proof right in front of you, you know?
Right, right. I mean, people here. It's just like, have you ever played that game? I don't know. It's not really a game, but it's a what you call it? But it's like a test an experiment where you start with a crowd full of room full of people, and you can put them all in a circle, and you can start with a statement, and
Hmm.
you speak that statement to the next person, and by the time it gets all the way around to the last person, the statement is completely nothing of what it started out to be. And
Yes.
people run with it. They run with anything, and it
Oh, yeah.
grows and grows and grows.
Yeah, I use that. I use that as an example a lot, what you just said, because it's so true. It happens everywhere. It doesn't matter. It happens everywhere. Everything gets twisted. Everything is a whole different story than what it started with.
Right.
Um,
It is. It is.
I wanted to see what I want to see that picture when we get off. I gotta go find it because I don't know which
Oh,
one I saw.
I'll see if I can find it. Just a second. Give me a second.
Okay, it's I mean, it has to be the photoshopped one I saw because he looked so much more matured. Um, I posted a few shots from last night and where to find the interview with Seth and Justin. Yes, I have the interview. I posted it too. Um, I heard. So okay. So here's another thing I was watching this morning. He told Nancy Grace that he did not have. There was not a. What's it called? Uh, CPS. Is that what it's called there?
Yeah.
He did not have a CPS case open because of the belt incident. But then on an interview, I can't remember who he was talking to the first time, but he was like, but it's all posted on my community page, all the links to it all. Um, he says that there was an incident with a belt. He didn't wear his belt when he was supposed to school, so he said, "Where's your belt?" And he took it from Sebastian, and he said he whacked. He did a whack. That's the word he used, and he
What?
said that
Got him.
this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he said that the school, he said it this way. He said, and of course, his teacher, every teacher is a mandatory reporter. So, of course, his teacher called CPS and reported that. Well, I don't know any teacher that's going to report a whack, but I mean, you've got to consider him being autistic and might not be able to speak up for himself, and you don't know the severity that it did it leave a mark, you know? But either way, his teacher called for a reason, and Seth and Chris, not Seth, Seth is the biological father. Chris says that in Nancy Grace's interview that that's not the reason CPS was called. So he flat out lied to Nancy Grace about that if he was telling the truth in the first interview, which I believe he was, about the belt incident being reported by a teacher.
Right.
And
Okay.
then he had two. There was another CPS case out. I don't know what the second one was for, but if you listen to the interview I'm talking about before Nancy Grace, he says that in their second report, it was the same woman that came the first time before the belt incident. So that it was pretty clear that there were two incidents, and we have no idea what the second incident was about. Why were they called a second time? Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not sure, Helen, if a case was actually open for it, but I do know for a fact it came out of Chris's mouth himself, like I heard him say it, that CPS, it was reported to CPS, and they did show up at their house. It was reported by a teacher, and they showed up at their house for the belt incident. Whether there was an actual case open for it or they were cleared right there, I'm not sure, but CPS definitely showed up for that incident. Does that
This-
make sense?
That's the photoshopped one.
Oh, let me look. Hold on. Okay, yeah.
Because she took away you could see his teeth before, and his eyes look different. There's. I mean, it's very similar, but this one has been photoshopped.
Okay, so the one I saw, his mouth does look weird. I feel like I would have looked at that and seen it. But in the one I saw, there was like a light blue backdrop with a white Christmas tree behind him.
Okay, I haven't seen that one. Well, I probably have seen it, but hi, Millie. Hi, darling.
Millie, I'll text it to you when we get off here, just so you can compare it. See if they could all be fake. Who knows what's real and not? You know.
And,
oh yeah. Okay.
The creator that I was telling you about also made a new flyer with this picture as an updated.
Why would you do that?
Exactly. In my opinion, LE is the only ones that can make official flyers.
And you know what sucks, Miss Julie, is that when these creators do that kind of stuff and they actually interfere or they could possibly interfere with cases, they're the people that watch them, their supporters, don't say a word. They actually commend them for doing these things. It makes zero sense to me.
I know.
They give reasons, they give excuses for them when really they should be told, no, you shouldn't do that.
But you know what? They don't want to offend that creator. They want to be on the good side of that creator. No matter what they do, they need, that nobody calls them out. I have it. And the only people that call them out is other creators.
Yeah.
That's it.
I know it's normal. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You're good.
It's normal for people to not want to speak out to get into a confrontation. A lot of people are like that. But you're right. I've never seen, all I've seen is creators speaking out. I haven't seen a bunch of people, including viewers, speak out and say, this is wrong. But I don't know. The world we live in. So someone said,
go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Miss Julie.
No, you're fine. You go right ahead.
Someone who was at Cripple Creek Farm, I think, said that he mentioned he had two. Let me look at comments.
Let's see. Let me find it.
No, yes, two in California that Seth talked about last night. So, is he talking about two CPS cases in California from his daughter Faith?
Oh,
I wonder if that's what she's talking
about. Oh man, that's probably that's the ones that I know about with him.
Yeah.
But
so they. Oh goodness, it's also. He also said the belt was like 3 years ago. Then it came out Sebastian was 15. Right. That is another thing that Nancy asked him, how many years was this? Or how long ago? Was it 10 years, 2 years, 1 year, 3 years? He was like, probably about 3 years ago. And it wasn't that long ago. There's been a few lies he's been straight caught out on.
Yeah. So what do you think about his family? Not Seth's family, but Chris's family.
Hold on. Seth wanted the picture to be photoshopped to remove his glasses. Okay. Well, I don't know.
Well, they did do that. They took his glasses off, but also, I mean,
this creator probably wasn't asked to directly by him. The one that did it all messed up, right?
the biggest thing about it is where they changed. They made a different flyer and
Yeah.
put TBI on it
Mm-hmm.
as an official TBI document.
Yeah.
That's
Not okay.
yeah, no, that's not okay. Ronald says
About
the problem is like with the whales and the prophet is that facts don't change, but stories do. And in both cases, the stories have changed.
very true.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I can't. And yeah, y'all know where I stand on, I try my best. Try to look for, try to treat people right, to treat people good. And because I don't want to be the person that's wrong for treating somebody bad when I
Yeah.
should have treated somebody good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Absolutely. I was listening to you and Jiki's that day. Y'all were talking about, why you do what you do and why you guys support or don't support who you choose to. And I mean,
There's a difference in supporting
and
and
being kind.
and
Yeah.
being kind
And
to somebody.
yeah, that's very true too. I don't know who said he was 15 when that happened. I was just reading a comment. I do wonder where that came out that it happened when he was 15, the belt incident.
I'm way behind, guys. I'm so sorry. Let me get caught up. Oh, I'm so
You're okay.
sorry. I'm sorry I've missed people's comments. I've
It's
been so
hard when you have someone else on panel because you can't concentrate on a conversation with them and keep up with replying to comments. So
yeah. So y'all
it gets.
forgive. Don't get mad at me.
I'll be quiet for a minute and let you catch up.
No. You're fine. Uh, they should have submitted it to the TBI before releasing to public. I agree. Beautiful sunflower. But I know she got ripped by a lot of people for putting that out. Let's see. If y'all make comment again if you want to. If you something you think we should know. It's absolutely TBI's document should have never been changed. The creator could have made her own flyer. I agree. You can make your own flyer, but do not make it an official document.
Yeah, someone said they even
You
kept
know,
like the stills on there.
they did. She did.
That's
She did.
that's not okay. It's not okay. You can mess up and
I see Cripple Creek's got something. She's got some information about
Yeah,
the
she said
13-year-old, one RSO, and he done 9 years. Let's
who?
see. No. She said no. It's about Sebastian, 2 in California.
Okay, so she's saying that he had 2 open cases in California because of Sebastian. Um, see,
You
I
know,
didn't.
it's hard to get documents when it has to do with CPS. CPS cases are usually sealed.
Yeah,
Yeah, you get the conviction, but you don't see. Lots of times, you don't see the
reasons and stuff.
yeah.
It's because
It's
it's dealing with children.
right,
Yeah.
and it's to protect the children as much
Hmm.
as possible.
So I don't know if you know, but when did Chris and his mother? I thought that Chris and his mother lived in Tennessee, and um, Sebastian and his mother and Chris moved to Tennessee. I didn't know they ever lived in California with Chris, Sebastian and his mother. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Right, I didn't know that either. Unless
So I'm wondering when he was. I know that there was a case. He said allegedly, that there was a case taken out in California against him because of faith. But I didn't know that Sebastian was ever in California.
Hi, September Virgo. Helen F. Hey, Dante. Hey. I don't know, and you know, and I don't want to come on here and let people think I know all, you know, a tremendous amount about this case. I don't.
Right.
Because you know,
Yeah.
there's so many. It's just like I said, Smiley. Smiley has it down pat. She knows everything about everything, and there's so many. You know, there's some that are on this side of the street, and some are on this side of the street. And I'm listening to both sides. It's like Deets on the street. She's got a completely different perspective of it too. And
Really?
yeah.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah. So I mean,
I
but
try
more
not
and more and
to.
more comes out, you know? More and more
Yeah.
keeps coming out.
Mhm.
And that's just and they're the ones who brought it to YouTube. That's another thing that's so much in common is that they brought it to YouTube.
Did they?
Well, they went
Chris and
on. Yeah, they went on Duchess. You know, and got an interviewed Duchess.
So, you know what? I think it was Duchess that I was watching that last night I was telling you about that contradicted Nancy's what Chris said in Nancy's.
Yes.
I think
Yes.
that he said totally different things in the interview with Duchess than he did in Nancy Grace. And
Yes.
someone made a video showing the contradictions. And it was just, I don't know, it's just when you know for a fact someone is changing their story, it gets scary. That's all. Like, I'm not blaming anyone that is not guilty, but
Right.
when the story starts changing, and it's so
Hi, baby. Go ahead. Don't mind me. Just keep talking.
there's not a time gap. That's the problem. Like, your story changed within days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not like
Yeah.
it's been weeks or months and you changed it up from how you lived it a little bit. It's like a total different story within days. I don't know. That's a huge red flag to me, is all.
There's so many red flags.
You had asked me about Chris's family.
Yes. I mean,
What's
after listening to Nina. Did you listen to Nina?
yes. Mm-hmm.
And after
And
listening to her story,
mm-hmm.
how do you feel about his family and him?
Okay. I will say that I 100% believe her. I saw the pain and the hurt in her face and the fear. I could almost feel it through the screen. I didn't get one bad vibe about it. I didn't feel that she was lying or making anything up. I think that he truly I knew guys like that. I've known guys like that in my real life. You know, it's not a far-fetched thing. There's monsters out there. There's narcissists out there. There's guys who want control. And I think that Chris is one of them. And I believe that his family would 100% back him up and do everything to save his tail, even if it was him or a 15-year-old child. I don't think that his family is trustworthy. You know, this is all allegedly. This is all in my opinion. This is me saying this. I don't think that his family would be trustworthy because of the fact that they tried to protect him with Nina and tried to help him plan to take a little girl from her mother. How heartless can you be to know that that mother is a good mother and loves the child and is safe with her and is taken care of, and you're gonna rip her from her arms and, you know, basically kidnap the child
Yeah.
and have no remorse from it. You're doing it for selfishness. You don't care about the child because you don't care about the child being with the mother, you know? So since they did do that, everything, that was one thing. Since they did everything allegedly that Nina, you know, said in her story, I don't I don't trust them. And I believe that they would absolutely help Chris if he were trying to hide something. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. Beautiful Sunflower says, well, I'll say it, laugh out loud. It chaps my backside when Candace over there speaking on Katie and Chris when she and Don has acting a lot like the Proudfoots.
Okay, so when I was watching other lives about this case, it was, you know, when it was first coming out, all the new info, I was baffled. I was completely speechless at how many comparisons there were between these two cases. I kept saying this feels like Summer Wells all over again. And I'm so scared that they're never going to find this baby, just like it's been with Summer Wells so far. I'm
I
so
know.
scared of that.
What in the world is a Sniffies app?
Huh?
What is a Sniffies app?
A Sniffy app?
Sniffies.
I don't know.
Hey, it's me, says, so did Chris have the Sniffies app? I seen a Facebook post about it. I don't even know what Sniffies app is. That is the Sniffies app is.
Who's beautiful sunflowers? Let me see.
No, it was. It's. Hey, it's me. She said. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, I have a typing noise. Ronald, I'm so sorry, y'all. I have my headphones in and they, you know, they don't sound very good when I'm on panel. So I'm not typing. I'm not even touching my phone. It's just the headphones. If it gets too annoying, y'all tell me and I'll take them out. I can't find that comment.
No,
Who
you're
was it, Miss
fine.
Cherry?
It was. Hey, it's me. I'll put it on the. I'll put it on the screen. Sniffies app.
Sniffy that. Okay, yeah. I don't know anything about. I don't know what
I
that
don't
is.
know.
Someone tell us what is that? What is a
Please tell
sniffy?
us what a Sniffies. What Sniffies? The Sniffies app is.
Hold on. I'm gonna take my headphones out. Give me just a second.
I thought the belt was the one. The other about what Chris talked about last night, both in California. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to go look at Cripple Creek, see what all she's got on there. 120 Acres says, and Candace wanted to chat about them leaving their home. Did she forget about Arkansas and where she went when Donnie was in jail? I don't know, 120 Acres. I don't know, honey.
Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Oh, you sound you're clear, but
Okay.
I thought you
I just
sounded fine. But
I know how annoying it is when there's like a clicking sound or something strange that, you know. Let me see. She says Cripple Creek Farm says Dumpling, remember when Chris said he wanted custody of his daughter, but she couldn't be around Sebastian? That's another huge red flag. If you think about it, he would want Sebastian, but why wouldn't they just send him to his dad's? He was about to move there permanently during summer. You know?
said Sebastian was abused when young by another child, but also left around an RSO on another occasion. Two separate incidences.
Who was the RSO he was left around? Um, I know that Seth had said in the interview with Tyler on TikTok, he said that Seth was essayed at 7, and then they kept allowing the person who did that to him to come around him and be around him and the family. I think he was a family member. I don't know about the second RSO he was around.
I don't know how I feel about the Bio Dad. Lord forgive me, but everyone is on his side, and I don't trust him for some reason. Not saying he did anything, but something seems off to me with everyone. Happy hippie? I don't know, darling. Everybody has the right to their own opinion, and nobody knows except the person that knows, and they ain't
You know,
sharing.
I'll say this. I thought that at first when I was watching him laugh on panels and joke around, especially with like the lab, that first night I saw him on there joking and stuff, but I realized it was kind of a coping mechanism and he was kind of trying to like cover up the pain and hurt for a few minutes because once I started seeing more interviews with him, I saw the emotions from him and I saw the hurt and the tears and he's exhausted, the exhaustion on his face and I realized he was just trying to survive, in my opinion. But I have seen a lot of people have different opinions about him, and I mean, I don't know him in real life, so who are we to say you have the wrong opinion? You know?
Turtle Talk says the Sniffy app is a dating app.
Okay. And up there, beautiful sunflower. She said something about it too. She said it's a map-based cruising app for the curious. Sniffles emphasizes cruising as an immersive, interactive experience, making it the hottest. Dot dot dot. I don't know. So,
Mm.
who did they ask if who had the dating app, Chris or Seth? I can't
Chris.
remember.
No,
Okay,
Chris.
okay.
Sebastian, let's see. Sebastian was like Summer, left in nothing but bad company. I hear you, Ronald.
It's so hard for me not to comment on that
You know,
comment.
I can't, honestly, to tell you the truth, I mean, as bad as everybody thinks, and as the environment that they lived in, I'm talking about Summer and the boys. One thing you can say is that Candace took those kids and did activities with those kids. She took them a lot of places, took lots of pictures. She did do that. I can give her that. Let's
Okay.
see.
So Happy Hippie says 7 years. I don't believe that. 7 years what? 7 years old when he was S8? Is that what you're talking about?
Marlena says, I feel like Chris gave Katie an ultimatum. I feel like she chose Chris over Sebastian because she couldn't deal with her son.
You know, one thing that my gut has told me, Mystery, since the beginning is that this mom chose that man over her kid. Looking at her, that's what I feel. I mean, I can't help it. That's just what I feel. I feel like there was a reason. Either he accidentally went too far, or hurt him too bad, or he said he was leaving. It was him or Sebastian, and I know it makes no sense because they could have just sent him to his father's, but I feel like she chose this man over her son because there are women who do that every single day.
Oh my gosh. Yes, yes, women do it all the time.
Hmm.
I say get you Bob. Get you a Bob. You know what a Bob is, don't you?
No.
It's a battery operated boyfriend.
So, you know what? Also, going with that, Mystery, you just killed me. Going with that statement, she knows that he's been married. This is his fifth marriage, and he would leave in a heartbeat. And, knowing that, you know what I mean? I just feel like
Right. We
we
don't
don't.
know the whole story. It's people's word against the other people. How we do we know if How do we know if the bio dad was even willing to have Sebastian at that time? You're telling me he didn't know about the essay.
Oh,
I don't know that. I don't know. That's what I heard. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to get everybody's perspective and what everybody knows, because we can listen to this creator, we can listen to that creator, and there's so much. Dolly Vision is just is bam, he's on it,
the
and
only way we
they
will know
have
for sure is if it's out of Seth's mouth. Yes, I did know,
exactly,
or no, I didn't know. You
exactly,
know. And her
exactly.
comment makes sense now, Miss Chewy. I didn't see the one above it. All I saw was 7 years. I don't believe that. I didn't know what she was talking about. But yeah, so I don't know either. I was under the impression, listening to that interview, that he. Now that I think about it, I don't even know if I thought about if he knew before or just found that out.
The dang thirsty women are what is off to me. They come and chat too to tell Seth how handsome he is, even offering massages. Now, I saw that. I saw that. Now, apparently, that woman does have a massage business. She does it professionally. He is trying to find his son. It's not a dating site. I agree. 120 acres. Oh Lord, I just keep getting behind. Fifth marriage, yes, fifth marriage, and he might have had a dating app on his phone. I believe she chose Chris. Sadly, I hope I'm wrong.
Okay,
Yeah.
I don't know. Did anyone in chat watch that interview with Tyler from TikTok with Seth? Did y'all hear if he said he knew about it? Oh, oh, Dante says Seth never said he didn't know about it.
Okay. Okay.
Seth said he knew about
That
the
makes
essay
more
when he was
sense
in
now.
California.
That
Look,
makes
okay,
more
read
sense.
Helen F.
Okay. Let's see.
Nope,
Seth,
it was a sorry.
I'm sorry. On up.
She said the
Seth
same thing in both comments,
Seth
so it
said he knew about the essay when he was in California. He said Katie told him. Okay. Okay, well, that's good.
hold on.
I think you might want to take a look at Seth's and Katie's divorce papers. They're not too pretty either, and they include pics. No shade, but nobody helped this child, in my opinion. Yeah, now see, I did see some a statement, and that was on Deets on the Street. And I think it was Deets on the Street. But I did see the statement of Katie about something that happened with Seth. I did see that, and it was in the divorce decree apparently. So there's so much. There's so much, and just more and more and more keeps coming out.
You know,
Um,
we can't say that Seth did anything to Katie the same way we can't say that Chris abused Sebastian as bad as people believe he did. There's just no proof, and we weren't there, so we don't know yet. If we went by accusations, by what we've heard, I mean, Chris would be in jail already because people have said that he put Sebastian in headlocks, he busted his lip, but there's no proof of that, so we can't.
that's just like with Summer. I mean, how many people want handcuffs put on Don and Candace? I mean, they want Don, Candace, and Candy, Candace's mom. People think that they need to be, and I'm not saying that they're not guilty. I'm not saying that. What I say is until LE says that they are, you know?
They said there were pictures in the divorce papers. I would believe, I mean, if someone had like an arrest record or a report of what happened, like with a cop being there telling what they saw. But just
Right.
like from hearsay, I just can't, I just don't want to speak on something that we don't know happened for a fact.
And there's no proof if Nina either, and they are in custody battle, she could be fighting to keep her child. That's true too, but you know what? To listen to that woman. Hi, Lolly. Hi, darling. 3 black dots. Hey. She seemed, in my opinion, she wasn't reading. In my opinion, she wasn't reading anything. She didn't have a script. That woman, in my opinion, poured her heart out on that live, and she was live, and nobody asking her questions. She just told her story, and in my opinion, it was from the heart. But that's my opinion.
That's mine. That's my, that, I mean, I'm with you. I'm with you. I
Hi,
believe her.
Annabella. Hey, darlings. You guys want to come up? You're welcome to come up. Anybody? My link is pinned at the top of the chat. If
Yeah,
anybody would
guys.
like to come up and help us,
Yeah,
be
y'all
glad.
come up and let us know how your opinions on it.
Yes, she was raw emotion. Yes, she was, and she cried where I would have cried. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if I was telling that story, and I'm telling you what, I booed listening to her. I could feel her pain myself. Yes,
Um,
Lolly, I do too.
so why would she move away from her family to be with someone that did that stuff to her kids? That doesn't look good on her part. It's, I mean, it's normal behavior for someone who is being abused, in my opinion. They're going to want to try to make it work. I mean, without saying too much personal stuff, I was in a situation like that. And instead of leaving, what I mean, I should have years before I did, I stayed and tried my hardest to change the person and make it better when I wasn't, I technically was not doing anything wrong. I was being abused, but I tried my hardest to stay. And just because I didn't want to split up my family, I wanted my kids to have an intact family. I did everything I could to stay and gave a million chances when I should have left way before that. I think when you're in a relationship and you're in that mindset, and especially if you have a brand new baby with that person, you're going to try everything to make it work before. And so many women are blinded too. They don't realize really what they're in until it's too late or until it gets bad enough.
Right.
So I think that's kind of what happened on Nina's part. I think that she was just trying. She was hoping that it would be different. She was hoping that it would be the way she imagined it would be.
Um, Dante says, "Hell, I don't know, but I guess women sometimes think things will get better, or that they are better off with that person. I don't get it, but I have never been in a situation like that." Well, as a person that has, and I know I've shared my story with you all, and I don't know why I stayed. I don't. But for some, God had me stay. That's me. Now, this is just my situation. But until I put my life and mine and my husband's life in God's hands and gave it to God and said, Whatever your will be done, Lord. Until I did that and just stepped back and then worked on myself. I went to therapy. I got help for me. And until I did that, my life didn't get better. But you know what? My life's better now with my husband because he woke up and he knows that, I wasn't in a good place and he wasn't in a good place. But now we are. And I praise God for that because I know when I gave it to him, that's what, his will. His will. Sorry, I didn't mean to get off on something else, y'all.
No, it's just your story. I mean, it's so I don't know. I don't know. I know people are asking why did she stay if her children were being abused also. I don't I mean, we can't answer that. She could answer that for you, but everyone reacts differently. And I don't know. I do remember her saying that her son, he busted her son's lip or something, or her daughter's lip when they had braces. And I can't remember. There's so much to keep up with in your head. It's like I have 200 different files in my head for these cases.
I know. I know. Marlena says, unless you've been in a similar situation, no one can say what they'll do. In my opinion, I think a lot of women find themselves in similar situations at once in their life, and then we learn from it. Yes, that's true. My daughter lived with an abuser. We begged her to leave, but it took him hitting their son for her to leave and never look back. Well, I want to tell y'all something. When I tell you, my husband was not a physical abuser. He never hit me. Never hit me. It was, he just didn't know how to talk to me. He was verbally and mentally abusive. But like I said, I'm gonna tell y'all, it's so things are so good now, so good. Hi, there's Bella. Hello, beautiful.
How are you?
I'm good. I am extra good, and even better now seeing your beautiful face.
Oh, thank you. This case has been crazy with Sebastian. It's been absolutely insane. There's a lot of similarities. I agree. There are so many. But then there are some differences
Oh yeah,
also. Yeah, but it's
yeah.
what I will say about being in an abusive relationship. Unfortunately, I've been there 2 years ago, and what I will say is they should have been used car salesmen because they could sell you the world, and
Yeah.
you don't end up with anything. So I will say that I think Chris is, somebody who is a good talker. I think he has a suave type of
Yes, you
way
do.
to him. I think he's a manipulator. I think he suffers from short man syndrome. Uh, so many things about him that are red flags to me. And for one, being married 5 times is huge. Because
Yes.
at one point you got to come to the conclusion that there's more of an issue here because you hear the same old story. Oh, well, that woman was crazy. Well, all four of the other ones can't all be crazy, but I actually could see this man talking a woman into just about anything because he is so convincing and just a mass manipulator. And I also think that he might use fear as a tactic. I think that from what I've gathered from he likes to be the smartest person in the room. You know what I'm saying? So I think that he could
Yes.
really make someone
Yes.
feel inferior,
And he wants everybody
and
to acknowledge that too.
oh yeah, oh absolutely, and honey, it's probably best that we never cross paths.
Right. Right.
Um,
120 acres.
it,
Let me answer her question real quick. 120 acres. Thank God his test results were good. There was nothing. It was completely clear. And I thank God for that. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
oh no, you're fine, you're fine. I'm reading chat too now.
Yeah, he should have been
Um,
a car salesman. Yes, I
he
agree.
should have really, truly a used car salesman.
Yeah.
Really should. Um,
Uh,
but as far as this situation goes, as a mother, there's absolutely nothing someone could say to me to make me make a choice. He had allegedly given her an ultimatum, and he's like, I expect you to choose your son. You see what I'm saying? So I think that there was a lot of probably emotional and verbal abuse there. I personally I think that they're both ex-military, but one thing I'll tell you about the military is that they'll break you down all the way to the bottom and rebuild you up to who they need you to be a stronger individual in different ways. Well, I think that he uses a lot of those mental tactics on women.
mhm.
And obviously he was using different tactics on children
Yeah.
and putting fear on them.
Huge control freak. Huge control.
And, like Cripple Creek Farm, she's like, "Do you think they watched the Summer Wells case?" A part of me has wondered that myself. I
Yeah,
have
I
wondered that
know. I
myself.
know. There's
Yeah,
there's so many similarities. It's just like crazy.
it
Well, they
is.
think,
It really is.
well, it's been 3 years. That little girl, got gone and just vanished. So what's to say that Sebastian can't just vanish?
Same area. Well, in Relevance, where I'm at, I'm West Tennessee. They're both East Tennessee. They're
Yeah,
not too far from each other, and, both of them in Tennessee, both of them left barefooted, both of them just got gone from their homes.
right,
One just happened to be in the middle of the night, one happened in broad daylight,
right.
you know?
It's it's uncanny to me. It's just uh I just can't figure out how that boy got out of that house. If it was not in her car, assuming they made it back to the house, of course, we don't know either of those. That's just what I was wondering too. I just wonder if TBI has those clothes that he wore to Roadhouse.
Mm.
If those clothes are accounted for.
That just
Mhm.
made me think about when Seth smirked when they were asking him, he said the TBI showed him the footage of him at the Texas Roadhouse and that everything looked okay and he looked happy, but then he was smirking and saying that he had new hope and that um he believed even more that Sebastian was still alive. So I'm wondering what was on that footage to make him have renewed hope, and something that could kind of confirm to him that there's a chance Sebastian may still be alive. And then
Right.
I don't know if y'all heard this, but someone else said that Sebastian had on different clothes than the ones that Katie reported him wearing when he went missing.
Mhm.
Yes, because the black sweatpants started out black. Then they came up to be no, they were a pair of black pants with white stripes down the side, and then the shirt was a black hoodie, and then it went to a black long sleeve T-shirt with an emblem on it.
Mhm.
So, how does it change? I mean,
Right. So that makes me think like, oh shoot, I lost what I was gonna say, y'all. See, I have 20 things going on in my mind about this case. It's driving me crazy.
now I know the Chris Watts case. I know that one. But I don't know the Larry Millette case.
Yeah, I don't know that one either.
And Lolly says maybe they told him something more than he could say.
I mean,
I just
yeah,
took
he
it. He
said,
was excited to see his son actually in real time, because he was like, he asked for that video early on, like the very jump. He's like, I want proof. And he finally
Right.
got it, and he was just like, I got what I wanted. I asked for it and they got it for me. And I was just like, that is a dad that truly wants his son. That is what I would be doing. We have not seen that out of the mother. As a mother, the last thing I'd do would be leave my house.
oh my
Exactly.
goodness.
They can do death
Exactly.
threats. They could try to catch my house on fire today, but I'm not leaving because my baby might try to come home and I want to be here to open that door.
Right.
Right.
That's how I
Right.
feel.
That's exactly right. I agree
That's the
100%.
biggest thing that baffled me with Summer's parents and Katie is that they were able to leave. That's the biggest thing that made my jaw drop because as a mother, but I feel like the reason why we can't understand that and the reason why we don't understand a lot of these things that these mothers do is because we're just different. We're a different kind of mother. I don't want to be rude, but we have the maternal instinct that they're missing.
Right.
You know?
Mhm.
And honestly, I think in Candace's case and maybe in Katie's case, I don't know, that they are being manipulated and that they are being controlled to do what they're told to do, because I can tell you that I have heard Candace say she refuses to sell that place because she said she wants to be there when Summer comes home. I've heard her say that, so take it
I've
how you
also heard
will,
that when I went to go
but she
search for
did say,
Summer. She told me the same thing. I said, I don't see how you do it. I said, I just, do you think you'll ever pack up and leave? And she said, I could never leave, not until I get my boys back and find Summer because she might come back home and this is her home. I cannot leave until those things happen. And when they do, I'm going to pack up and never look back.
yeah,
That's what she told me to my face. So, yeah.
yep, and she's told me that too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I know a lot of people don't like to hear anything that's good about Candace, or I don't know Dawn. I've met Dawn. I've talked to Dawn a couple of times, but I don't know Dawn.
The
But
problem is, Miss Chewy, is when people make up their mind about someone, you can show them all the good in the world that they've done, and they will still find a way to make it bad.
yeah, that's
When
true.
when certain people make up their mind about someone, their mind that you can't change it.
And
You just
I don't try to change people's opinion. I don't. I just tell you what I know and my experiences. That's all I can do. But I live in a house with a room of daughter, and with a room my daughter passed away. And if I could have left this house unless you gave lost a child, you would never
Yeah.
know how the room would hurt you. Yeah, I can imagine that too. Bless your
I have a
heart.
dear friend that can relate to that, and she's in your chat right now. And it is very, very hard. It is
Yes.
very hard because you can't escape it.
We love you, Lolly. Every time Candace left that house, I couldn't help but think that What if someone who had Summer dropped her off and told her to walk home? She would walk home and no one is there. Exactly. Exactly. I understand. I completely agree with you there.
I wish Lolly would come up. She's got a lot to say
Yes,
about these
please,
two cases.
Lolly. Please, Lolly,
Uh,
come up, darling.
she just did a live last night on Summer. She played a video of that would belong to Chris H, and he allowed her to play it.
I
And
did listen. I listened to it. I had a lot going on last night. That's the reason I canceled my live last night. But I listened to it. I did. You did good. It was good. Okay, Lolly, you're welcome to come up, darling. I'd love it if you'd come in and speak your mind. And anybody else that wants to come up too. I mean, we got plenty of room. Let's see. I tell you what, to schedule a live now. Oops, we lost Annabella. To schedule a live now is like, oh my gosh, because everybody is is uh, is going live and
Yeah,
talking about this case.
you can't find a right time. I know. And
Mm-mm.
then I will try to go live even when someone I like. Hey, Lolly.
Hey,
Hello.
darling, welcome, Lolly. Thank you.
Thank you. Annabella left because I came up here.
No,
What?
she dropped down. I don't know. She must have lost.
Just
be back.
messing with her.
She'll be back. There she is. She's back.
But you know what, Miss Chewy? Every time I try to do a live when I know someone I like is live at the same time, I still can't concentrate on mine because I want to
Yeah,
be hearing what they're saying.
yeah.
Yeah.
Which you know what? It is what it is, and that's what I tell people. You know, I know so and so's live. I know so and so's live, and they're huge creators with thousands and thousands of followers. But you know, I'm just going to do my thing, and
The people that enjoy hearing what you have to say will be here, no matter who's live. So
right.
you know,
Good.
you'll find the right subscribers that way, the loyal followers.
Yeah, and I'm
That's
so
right.
so thankful for everybody that does come in, and everybody that views it later, because you get a lot of views,
Right.
later. So,
Oh, yeah.
but it's
Replay crew.
right. At least if Sebastian were to end up back home, hopefully he would know to knock on the neighbor's door or something if no one was there. But I still don't understand why they would leave. Me neither. Someone said, I can't remember who it was, but somebody made the comment that Chris probably won't be doing much more. If something happened with him and Katie, that he probably wouldn't do much more dating. You'd be
Oh, no.
surprised.
I think
There's
that's
crazy women out there that look for people like this. Women that marry men that are in prison.
Oh, my gosh. I just
How
can't. I don't get that.
You guys think about how many love letters and proposals Chris Watts got in jail, knowing that what he did to his pregnant wife, his unborn baby, and his two beautiful daughters, and women were still
Yeah.
trying to jump on him through prison.
I mean, what do they expect? Do they expect him to get out and not do the same to them? Hello?
I think they're just psycho.
Yeah.
Charles Manson got married in prison.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
Helter skelter.
I tell you, there's all kinds of people in this world.
But you know what? I can remember I was young when that movie came out. But I'm gonna tell you something. I was such a crime sleuth then, just like I am now. I loved watching that movie.
I remember it. Helter Skelter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But I mean, it's
We're telling our age, Miss Chewy.
yeah, I know. I got all of you beat, y'all. I got all of you beat.
I don't know.
I'm old enough to be Dumplings. Dumplings old enough to be my daughter, or I'm old enough to be Dumplings' mother,
Right?
and probably close to be y'all's mother too.
Oh, no. My son is 35.
My
My
mom is
oldest.
52 right now. She's 52.
I'm older
Your
than your
mother's
mama.
52. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I'm
How
older
old are
than
you,
your mama.
Annabella? You tell us your age.
I'm 42.
Yes, I'm old enough to be your mother.
I'll take you.
I sure am. Yeah, I had my son, my oldest son is 41. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It's okay.
I'd never guessed that.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Never would have
Well,
guessed that.
I'm gonna give my 2 cents on the Sebastian
Okay.
thing
That's
here.
why we ask you up here. You go for it, girl.
Okay. Everybody keeps talking about Katie being, under his spell or whatever. When
Emmy?
Nina was talking, and if what she said is true, I think Katie is as bad as Chris, period. Because if she can stand in an airport, videotape a woman who is bringing her child to her and getting served papers
I'm so
and
glad you just
enjoy
mentioned
that,
that.
Yes.
I told y'all
I
she
mean,
had some things to say. She
I
ain't even
forgot.
done yet.
I forgot
oh,
all about that, girl. Keep going.
girl, that is that when I heard that, I was done with feeling sorry for Katie. No,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
she's playing that game right along with him. And I have a feeling, and this is just my opinion, guys, but I have a feeling if you stop and think about it, Katie was with Chris's sister all day long.
Mm-hmm. He was
And on the
also a
way,
part of that with Faith.
yes, she was a part of that with that baby girl. And I think Sebastian was going to testify against Chris, basically saying he whipped him. He, treated him bad and everything. And that would hinder him getting custody of Faith. And I honestly think his family said, "Hey, Katie, bring him to us. Let us watch him while, till this trial's over with."
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, she can't talk to him or anything because he's nowhere around to be heard from. But I honestly think they played the same game they did with Nina.
Yeah, definite Susan Smith vibes. Definitely.
And I
Yes.
think that's why
Exactly.
Katie
You
can
know what?
pass a
I
lie
remember that
detector.
case when it happened.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Katie passed a lie detector test because she doesn't know what happened to him.
Now, Lolly, you know they can tell her she passed it and she really failed it.
Well, yeah, she can. But also, if she says no, I don't know what happened to him. She doesn't know because she didn't do it. They did.
She any kind of sedative medicine too will relax your brain and
Yeah,
help you pass those too. There's a lot of ways around it, and that's why it can't be held up in court.
right.
But still, I go by it. I mean, I tend to just
Well,
naturally,
yeah, most people do. They believe it, but I think the law enforcement uses it as a tactic. And I just really think that his
as a
family
tool.
had something to do with Sebastian going missing because it was so coincidental that all this happened just days before he was supposed to go to court
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
in
Right.
a custody battle.
Right.
Oh no, it happened a month prior.
Was
Right.
it?
Yeah, it was I just thought
Yeah.
it
It's
was
like,
so it was very convenient for
Yes.
the very child he didn't want around his child just come up missing
I thought they were
a
supposed to
month
go to court
prior.
like today, like April 5th.
No,
Is
they
it
went to
April?
Maybe
court already. They
he didn't.
postponed it, didn't they?
Yeah, nothing happened. He didn't get. He didn't get to. They didn't get to do everything
Right.
in
That's what I
court
thought.
because of what's going on. But he was pretty pissed about that.
Yeah.
And I mean, why are you pissed? You know, you got a missing child. You
See, I
should
thought
be
they already went
grateful.
before she told her story because she made mention of it.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
did. Yeah, it
It was
wasn't.
it was literally it was a month before it was a month after Sebastian went missing. I just thought how convenient. He was very
Yes, it was
adamant
very
about not having that
convenient.
baby around his daughter.
Yeah,
Weirdo.
that's what I think. It's all
Just
too
like Summer
convenient.
come up missing during a CPS case.
Yeah, I agree
Right.
with that one.
No, I
I
tell
don't
you,
know.
it's,
I'm gonna
but you know,
start poking
there's,
bears around Summer's case. I'm fixing to get nitty gritty with it.
She
My
well,
gonna
next
poke
good.
next
some
live,
bears,
That's
Chewy.
good.
She
my
gonna
next
poke some
live is
bears.
gonna be Frank Light. I'm going full
Oh,
force.
okay. Would you like to talk to him?
No, putting all the stuff out there about him, everything about his family.
Yeah.
I have the Facebook post his wife posted on Facebook where she told law enforcement, you better look into him. I think he did something to Summer.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wait, who did that?
Frank Light.
Frank Light's wife, Sherry. Well,
Lolly's fixing to poke some bears, Chewy, so look out.
Okay,
I
so
am.
wait,
I
I've
get my
already
bird
said it.
spray.
It's
can
time to
y'all
poke some bears.
can y'all remind me who is Frank Light?
Oh.
He
He
lived at the
was
holler. Go ahead.
he was the guy that he got out of the pen just 2 weeks before Summer went missing, and he
He's
was
an
in
SO.
for bad photographs and videos of children in
He's a SO. Yeah.
bad situations. And one particular one was a baby in diapers being held down with barbed wire
Mm.
Oh my gosh.
with
And he's still
with
alive?
him.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
surprised. I'm
Okay.
surprised he lived through prison.
So
Well,
his wife posted that she believed he
it
might
was
have
his.
something to do.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
She had got a divorce while he was in jail,
And that's the
and
first place Don went to whenever Summer was
that's the
missing. He went
first
straight
door
there.
he went to knock on. Frank Light's door. Where's my daughter? But
Mm-hmm.
Frank's a bad guy. His
Oh my God.
family is bad.
He's an RSO. Yes.
That's really
Yes,
telling that that's the first place he went to. That means his mind went to that person
exactly.
first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I called Jody Sue out, with some stuff. It's it's time for some truth. It's time for Summer to be found.
I agree. I agree 100%.
And if I piss you
You like
off,
it?
then that means I'm just getting closer.
The day that Summer is found, I think that so many of us will feel like like in a sense we're done. Like
Yeah,
finally,
Right.
because for
Right.
so many years I know that I'm so many other people were with me when I say I woke up checking my phone and then I went to sleep
yeah,
checking my phone for
yeah,
for news on Summer, and
Oh, I did
her
too.
little face I have thought about her at least once a day since I saw her Amber Alert.
yeah.
She
Can I
could
answer a
see.
question in chat?
Yeah.
Miss Marlena, there was a yellow sports car. It was
Yes.
speeding away from Ben Hill Road when the police and stuff were going towards it. And it
We're going to talk about that too.
sped right on by. And Lolly and I was at your house that we were at
Yes,
whenever somebody said the sports car belonged to a
Dykes.
light?
Dykes.
Dykes.
Dykes with a
Yes.
D. Yes.
And they happen to live a couple of places past
The
110.
light. Yeah, the one oh okay, 110. Okay.
Yep.
You know,
When I tell y'all, I think somebody lured her off of that hill and she was passed around till she got out of there. I honestly believe that.
yeah.
And there are multiple people involved in this. And because of that, nobody will say a word.
No, we meant Frank Lights, not Fred Hills. We know Candace went to Fred's. We were talking about Don going to Frank's.
Fred
Yeah,
Hill, I think Fred Hill is furthest from this case
I agree.
than anything.
I
Fred
agree.
Hill, the only reason Fred Hill, he is in this case because he wants to be. He wants the recognition. He wants to be important.
I
That's
think
what he
Feel that way about
Fred
a couple
Hill,
of people.
I think Fred Hill knows a whole lot that goes on out there because he's a quiet person. He stays back and he watches and he observes and he listens.
and he's in love with Ziggy.
Well, yeah, that too. You
I was
know,
waiting.
but I do think he knows a lot about that area and the people in it. But he was gone already before Summer supposedly come up missing. I don't know, but anyways, Candace did say she went to his property, and Chad Arnold was there waiting for Fred to get back. And she asked Chad Arnold, "Have you seen Summer?" And he said, "No." And she said, "Well, she's missing." And his response was, "Next time I go up on Bays Mountain, I'll look for her."
He was standing in the road, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yes.
What a crazy thing. And Summer's scent was found right there at the driveway by the road on Fred's property.
Candace went to Fred's, didn't she?
On
Yes.
Fred's? I
Yes.
didn't know that. I thought it was at
Yes.
Candace's driveway.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
that too. But the scent, the dog stopped right at his driveway there. And if you go from there back across behind Don and Candace's, is that big, steep, tall mountain there that
Yeah,
overlooks
no,
110.
I was over there. I searched over.
Yeah. I
You
think
know,
it was a pass off right there.
Oh my God.
yeah, I don't. I think you're right, Marlena. She says. I agree. She says he's quiet and observes. I don't think he did anything to Summer though.
I agree. I don't. My personal opinion, I don't think Fred had anything to do with it.
So, what do y'all think about Andy B's call to Pruitt?
I think that was a crock.
What do you
Because,
mean?
well, he called to prove a point, but Fred's point was he was on the road at 3:45 that day. Law enforcement saw him.
That's
Well,
what Fred
Andy,
says.
yes, and Andy turned it into, I had nothing to do with Summer. So he calls and asks if he needs to be questioned about Summer being missing. He never said, "Do y'all have proof of me being on Ben Hill at 3:45?" And they said, "No, we don't need to talk to you." But
Okay.
he never asked about, did y'all see me at 3:45 on Ben Hill?
Well, to be honest, in my opinion, I don't think Pruitt gave him a chance to ask anything.
Yeah.
Pruitt was annoyed that he even called him.
Yeah, you could tell.
Yes, he didn't want to talk to him.
Right. But I think Andy turned it around as, I didn't have anything to do with Summer. And Fred said 2 or 3 times, I never said that. I didn't
He,
say that. I just said you were at the back of the holler at 3:45 that day. You were not at work.
so you believe he was on the road? You believe Andy B was on the road that day at that time?
I do. Yes.
Oh, well, I bet now in my opinion, I don't think he was.
You don't
Because
think so?
no, I've talked to Andy B.
Yeah.
I've personally, talked to him, but I don't think he was.
Mm.
Because I'm gonna tell you
Um,
something. To be in a conversation with all of us sitting there and being us all talking, for him to of us asking him questions and us talking about Jody Sue, for her, all the bad things that she's ever said about him, the man never said one thing ugly about her. Never.
Nope. He didn't whenever I met him either.
Mm.
Not one foul word.
No.
Didn't
yeah.
even talk about her. And even if he was asked, he was just very yes or no, or no. He did not say one single bad thing about that woman.
Yeah.
And he has every right to, but he doesn't.
She sure threw him under the bus, ain't she?
Yeah. But she will be the first one to stand up to protect him. She'll go after anybody that goes off on him, and she'll speak up, just leave Monster and me and my littles alone. It's like, that's your abuser. Why are you taking up for him?
Makes you question that too, don't it?
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Lots to question in that whole case. And I've said it on my live before, and I'll, say it here. You can take any person that lives out in that holler and you can create a scenario and it would make sense how Summer got gone.
Okay. Tammy says I'm 50-50 on Andy B. Okay, let me ask you something. If you think if Andy B was really a suspect, why wouldn't he have been interrogated or even questioned?
I'm
Don't
not
you?
saying he was a suspect. I'm saying he was on Ben Hill that day at 3:45.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
You
I'm
see
gonna
what I'm
play
saying?
devil's
I'm not.
advocate.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I
I'm
mean,
gonna play
I
devil's
don't.
advocate.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know what he saw or didn't see. I believe he was on that road that day.
And
And I
Lolly
believe,
has said that from the jump. She's
yes,
always said that for forever. From the
yeah.
very beginning. She's always stuck to that. Well, I'm
And I
gonna say
believe,
this. If I was Andy and I had been accused of all the things, I would want to put it to rest also. So I myself would have probably called and would have been like, "Hey, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired." I would have done the same thing. I would have wanted to be proven not to be a part of whatever, like just try to defend myself or say, "Look, even the detective said I'm not in any kind of trouble or any of the things." I probably would have done the same
right.
thing, honestly.
I
Okay,
think,
Miss Cherry, I'm gonna hop down. I got a vacuum, and I'm gonna let y'all continue on. I'm gonna be listening though. Okay.
Okay, thank you, baby.
bye, girl.
All right.
Love
Bye,
you.
y'all. Love y'all.
Bye.
Um, there was some of them asking about that call, Andy B call. Y'all care if I play that real quick?
No, go ahead.
Let me get it back to the beginning. Okay, let me get my screen up here. For y'all that haven't heard it, I'm gonna play it for you.
Sheriff's office.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a hold of Detective Pruitt. I was trying to find out a couple things about something.
Hold on just a minute.
Thank you.
Detective Pruitt.
Yes, sir. How you doing today?
I'm fine. How are you?
All right. My name's George Bernard, Andy Bernard. I live at 125 Ben Hill Road. I was just trying to figure out some information, maybe, possibly.
What about?
Well, okay, for 3 years, I've been wrapped up in the middle of the Summer Wells case. For a while now, Fred, my cousin, has been saying that I was on the road that day. Nobody else has questioned me after I left my residence when I separated from my
You're cutting in and out, sir. I can't hear half of what you're saying.
Can you hear me better now?
A little bit.
Okay. I left my residence, didn't go back till September. I went through a separation in the process. I mean, I was just wondering, I was just trying to figure out if there was anything I could do, needed to do. Do you need to talk to me, see me? I mean,
No, sir.
Was I on?
Unless concrete leads come up that we can sort of verify the direction it's headed, we're just accepting concrete leads, and your name has not come up.
Okay. Well,
that, and I wouldn't put too much faith in what Fred Hill is saying.
Well, I kind of knew that for the rip, but for 3 years this has kind of been affecting me for 3 years.
I can understand, sir, but like I said, your name is not relevant to the investigation, so you don't have anything to be concerned about.
Okay, I greatly appreciate that. That eases my mind a lot, and I greatly appreciate you, sir.
Have a good day.
You too, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that is for everybody that hadn't heard it. Can y'all hear me now?
I agree with Dante too. The detective could not be less interested than he is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He absolutely.
It's irritated.
Honestly, I believe that if somebody actually called in with a tip, he would be too busy or too annoyed to even listen to you.
I agree.
I don't think he has the time. And like I've said, I've mentioned this before, that when the weather gets warmer, I want to initiate not a protest, but a gathering of people to show our support for Summer at the sheriff's office in Rogersville, Tennessee. Just one day for a couple hours, just to let them know, hey, we're still here.
I wish we could have an update of something. I mean, we haven't had an update in 11 years.
Right.
You know?
Right. Well, the anniversary's coming up. So they tend to do something at that time. So I don't know.
I hope they do.
Yeah, me too.
It's way overdue, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, at least they should come out and say, "Hey, I want y'all to know we're still working hard on Summer's benefit. We're still on the grind day in and day out." But they won't even tell us that. I mean, what does it take? 15, 20 minutes of one day, every 3 months or 4 months for a presser to let us know, hey, we ain't forgot about her. We're still working hard. Because we sit here and we try our best to talk and try our best to dig to see what we can find out. But it makes you think, wonder, if I want to tell you something. Jinkies, wherever she is, by the way, but she came up with some stuff that just absolutely blowed my mind. Absolutely blowed my mind. But she gave it to the right people, and I'm anxious to see if anything comes of it. But it was completely out of the realm of anything that we're talking about right now. About Frank Light and Fred Hill and all that. This is completely different. But man, it makes so much sense. So much sense. I wish I could share it, but it's very dangerous. So, yeah, it's in the right hands. So. Yes, a peaceful protest at TBI. Well, TBI is not in charge of this. Yeah, you can call in, but the people that are supposed to be in charge are the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, that I have no faith in at all. No faith in at all. Ronnie Lawson, none. Go jump in the lake. And we have plenty of those around here. Which, from what I understand, he's not running for office again. So, we'll see about that. Let's see. Oh, okay. I see what it is now. Jinkies is napping. Laugh out loud. Yeah, she probably is, Laura Jean. She probably is. She had a long day today. She had a long day. Praise God. Logan's visit was good. He went to his cardiologist today, and so his office visit was good.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Yes, can't say for sure, but I think I pointed Jinkies in that direction. Then again, maybe not. Well, there was a lot of things that led up to that, so I don't know. I really wish we could share it with you, but yeah. It's dangerous territory. Yes, it is fabulous news. It is. Let me get out of this Andy B stuff. Andy B's sitting there looking at me. So I don't know, girls. I don't know. It's such a crazy time. It's such a crazy time that you would think as with as much technology and everything that's going on in these worlds, that's just like as much surveillance as that that neighborhood had. That if somebody would have seen Sebastian rolling that garbage out to the curb if it had happened, in my
I
opinion.
hear there's a video of him going, or someone going out in the dark with the trash can to the road. But it's a dark figure. they must have had on dark clothing, is what I'm hearing.
And
And
then
you can't
Seth
make out.
said that the dogs didn't even pick up his scent outside.
Yeah.
So if
So,
he, like Lolly said, if that was actually him, they would have picked up on his scent.
Exactly. I agree.
So but Lolly's right. It was just a figure.
yeah, just a dark figure. It could have been Katie. She could have had on a black sweatsuit because there's no street lights out there in their
That's
neighborhood.
strange, isn't it?
It is very strange.
Because those are some expensive houses.
I would
I
want
want
some
my
street
house lit
lights.
up. Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know, and it's a new neighborhood too, isn't it?
I think
Mhm.
Yeah,
so.
there are a lot of
You'd think it'd be well lit.
and you'd think that somebody that works for Brink Security Systems
How
would
convenient.
have.
Girl, how do they not
I
have
mean,
any?
there's so much irony in this. It's unreal.
Mm,
I know.
Makes
yeah.
no
How do they not
sense.
have security? You know they had security.
If you work for a cable company, you got all the channels. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Yeah,
It works the same with the security company, you'd think,
Mhm.
right?
you would think so.
And that video in the backyard, whether it was flashlights or the trash truck, it doesn't matter. Their house was not lit up at all. But if you notice now, the back's got little solar lights. They're all lit up. The two over the garage stay on all the time. Their front's all lit up. Their house has lighting all the way around it. But that one night, it was pitch black.
She said
That
something
was
about solar
convenient.
lights.
Yeah.
They don't put out much light though. Solar lights are just more like ambient lighting.
Right. But
You
those,
know,
I
they're
mean, you didn't even see that in their yard.
Well,
no.
Tammy has her husband's best friends work for a security company for 30
Yeah,
years.
that's what I was my husband's best friend has worked for a security company for 30 years and doesn't have a security system.
So I
Yeah, I
guess,
guess
not everybody's
it
the same as me. I'd want it.
I would.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. My house on the outside literally has about, if you guess, just take a big wild guess how many cameras is on the outside of my house.
7.
I was going to say about 6.
You got
30.
10.
30.
30? How big is your
30.
house, sis?
Oh, God.
It's close to about 1,500 square feet.
Mm.
I know.
Yeah. They are everywhere. Everywhere.
Wow.
We've got one inside the house, and that's only in the living room, and that's only because of the babies whenever we go somewhere, so that we can keep an eye on the babies, what they're doing inside the house while we're gone. Babies
Miss
being
Julie,
my
you
puppies.
leave babies. You leave babies at home.
My four-legged babies.
Gotcha.
Well, Tammy says he doesn't live in a $650,000 house either, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. You would think he had
Yeah.
all kinds of secured up.
But if
I
everybody
don't know.
around you has cameras, if
Yeah.
if everybody else around you has cameras and it's a safe area, I can see where she'd be like, "Hey, we're gonna bypass that monthly bill." You know what I'm saying? But hey, Chris might not have wanted her to have any kind of surveillance of that house whenever he was at home doing only God knows what. You see what I'm
That's true.
saying?
Yeah.
'Cause I
Yeah,
mean, you know how
true.
they met. How you find them's usually how you lose them. And as far as I'm concerned, they get what they deserve, and I mean that for all the good and the bad.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. I agree. I want to show y'all something. I'm gonna give y'all a little. This is just the Wise. You know, Wise makes. If y'all don't know anything about Wise cameras, girl, y'all need to check those out. I want to show you, just to give you a little just a little glimpse.
That's your
Wow.
house outside.
Yeah, that's just the Wise cameras.
Oh, goodness.
And then here is the Ring. That's the Ring cameras.
Oh,
Oh my
man.
gosh. I'm
Told
telling
you.
you
Y'all,
what.
I bet y'all think, yeah, she's crazy.
No.
He likes his cameras. He likes to
Marlena.
be able to see all around.
Marlena.
What does she say?
At the very bottom. Do their dogs not bark either?
And were they on vacation in Cancun sipping on margaritas with Don's dogs?
With Dom's dogs, yeah.
Everybody's on vacation.
Uh, yes, my two neighbors also have cameras. Exactly. My neighbors across the street have cameras. My neighbor beside of me has cameras.
Yeah.
You
Nothing
know,
going
it's
on.
and you like I said, somebody. It's just like with her. I wonder, is there surveillance of her going out and screaming Sebastian's name?
Who knows?
Of course, you know they're
Right.
not letting all that out. They're not letting
Right.
she supposedly went and got in her vehicle and drove around looking for Sebastian. Is that true?
Well,
Um,
I heard she was driving around from 6 o'clock to about 6:43, she said. But I listened to Justin a little bit today, and she said, no, Chris said he called the police and she was still in the car. He told her to go on home because the police would be there soon. Well, they didn't call
Yeah,
the
she
cops
had to
till
be there.
7 or something. Their timeline just never, ever makes sense. Every time they tell a story, there's something new and different.
I'm gonna tell you what, ain't no man gonna tell me to take my tail home if I'm out looking for my baby. The police can show up. They can come find me too.
No
exactly.
joke.
You must
That little man
they
just get
find
on
him
my nerves.
off the ground
Well,
is what they're gonna
first of
do.
all, I wouldn't have to
Ain't no
call
man
no
gonna tell me,
man. I wouldn't
especially
have to
three and
call
a half
no
hours
man,
away.
right?
What?
No, am I calling a man to have them tell me what to do as far as calling the police?
Girl. That's probably why
Mm.
me and you ain't married today,
Probably
baby.
so, girl. Probably so.
Might be something to that.
Maybe so. I was married all those years, but he was gone for
Yeah.
28 days and home for 14.
Mhm.
So I was the one that made decisions around here. It's like we had two different lives that we lived, but I had to learn real quick. There's just going to be a time where I'm going to have to make decisions and I can't depend
Mhm.
on him. He, cell phones came out, so that was a good thing. We didn't have to wait for him to get to a dock to find a payphone.
Right.
But even with cell phones, they're riding on that river, and there may be 1,500 feet of a mountainside up beside them, so there was no signals. So I couldn't just wait for him. I just made decisions and did, and I would do it still.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
as far as them leaving their home and all that stuff, and I'm not sure who it was that said it in chat earlier about the room. It's been 4 years since my son passed,
Mhm.
only because I'm about ready to move out of my house did I go and pack up my son's room.
Oh, that had to be really hard.
It was horrible. It was like I was packing him away. It about tore me up. I mean, all I did was cry the whole time. I could not imagine having a child that might possibly come walking back in the door. I knew he wasn't going to, but to think there's that possibility he might, no way would I leave home. No.
They wouldn't be able to drag me out. I mean, they would
Exactly.
be, somebody would be going to the grocery store for me
Exactly. And
because there's thousands of people out looking.
right. And
You
it's
know,
taken me 4
hundreds of people.
years. 4 years to get to a point where, okay, I'm okay with leaving the last place where my son lived, and that was a hard thing. It took me 4 years to get there. And it still is not easy. And the day I leave, the last place I'm going to go, I know is going to be in his room,
Oh yeah.
and for them to just pack up and go, and there's a chance that he might come home.
Yeah,
I don't care how many death threats you get.
that's
Get
what I'm
yourself
saying.
a pistol. Whatever.
And that you can't help but think that makes them even more sus.
Exactly. And
Because
to
maybe
me,
they think, well, leave him because they know that he's
they
not coming
know
back.
exactly he's not coming
Oh
home.
yeah, they left. They didn't have no qualms with leaving.
Are
There
they
ain't no
selling
way.
their house? Is that what I'm hearing now?
Is that true? Is that true, Chewy? They
What?
selling?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I've heard that, but I don't know.
I don't know.
But I'll tell
We
you,
we all can see if it's on the market,
and to go to another state, nuh-uh, it wouldn't be happening. And it's convenient that they're in a state that will not extradite back to Tennessee.
Yeah.
So if they get picked up,
Mississippi is a non-extraditable. You can't extradite from
yeah,
there.
yeah. So if they
That's
get
my
Really?
neighboring
evidence,
state. That's my neighbor state.
that they did something or involved in it in any way, and they're in Mississippi,
They can't come. They can't bring them back to Tennessee.
nope, not a thing can be done.
I can't say that word. Non-extraditable, not something like
Yeah,
that.
non-extraditable.
Well, I didn't
I
know
think
there was a such thing
See,
Yeah,
in
I don't
Tennessee.
know.
there's
I mean,
countries like that
in the
too.
country.
There's
I know
Yeah.
there's
countries like
countries that way. I think
that.
it's like, is it Taiwan or something? What was it that oh shoot, what's her name?
Well, that's
The
like
That's
dentist, the
sanctuary
Switzerland.
dentist.
states.
Switzerland, they say Switzerland, and people always say, I'm Switzerland because Switzerland,
Neutral.
they are neutral,
Mm-hmm.
just neutral, because so many states are like, no, you can't have them, and if
Well,
you come
Costa
into
Rica.
Switzerland and get them,
Costa Rica.
take them, We're out
There's
of it.
sanctuary states though where you can
Yes.
go.
Yeah.
The Adelson case out of Florida. What was her name? Donna
She run
Adelson.
over the dentist.
No. Where they unalived the daughter's ex-husband. You don't know
I
that?
didn't know
Oh
about
yes.
that one.
They were orthodontists. You got to go to Pretty Lies and Alibis. Pretty Lies and Alibis. I'm telling you
Okay.
that write that down. She is an awesome podcaster. She also
Okay.
works for the Law and Crime Network. She covers
Really?
all these cases.
All right. Okay.
But
Pretty Lies and Alibis.
Pretty Lies and Alibis. Yes. Her name's
Heard
Gigi
of that
McKelvey.
channel.
She's Gigi McKelvey is her name. She works for Law and Crime now. When I first started with her, she had 6,000 subscribers. She has over 60,000 now.
Wow.
And she covers the Adelson case. But what it is, it was he was a law professor, and I forget what all she done, but anyway, her family was orthodontist, dentist, and so he went to another town in Florida city, and well, she didn't want to be away from her family, so they ended up getting a divorce. Well, for the kids, they didn't want the kids to go and spend time with their daddy, so they unalived him.
Oh my goodness.
I
Yeah.
just subbed.
Oh, thank you. She's beautiful.
Right.
You'll love her. You'll love her.
Millie
But
dropped her link in chat, so I
oh,
subbed.
thank you, Millie. Thank you, Millie. Gigi, I love it. I was actually on her live today, and she was covering the Chad Daybell.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she went. She covers all the big cases. She covered the Murdaugh trial for law and crime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but where I was now. Oh, the Adelson case. Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy. But the woman's brother, Wendy Adelson's brother, has already been convicted in the unaliving. Now the mother, they got her. She was at the airport getting ready to board a plane to a one of those, what do you call that word? Non-extradital
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. I
country.
can't extraditional or something.
Yeah,
I can't say it.
yeah, where they couldn't extradite her. There you go.
Wow.
But I've seen the where they got her, arrested
Wow.
her. Now she's facing a trial. So it's a good case to cover, to follow too. But y'all check out Pretty Lies and Alibis. I didn't mean to get off squirrel. Yeah, sorry.
I will. I'll check
Let
her
me
out.
tell you. Let me tell you what I heard just a while ago. It wasn't too long ago. Y'all remember the Matthew in the Savannah case? She was pregnant, and he was the one selling drugs, and they were missing, and they found them in the car.
Yes.
Okay. The ones that did it got arrested. The boy, the son, the daddy, and the stepmother.
Yes.
Their house is sitting there empty right now because none of them are out of jail on bond or anything.
Right.
And squatters have taken over their house.
Good enough for him.
Several people are living up in their house right now.
Oh my
I
god.
remember. You remember the neighbor that lived across the street? He would. He did videos.
Out the blinds.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That Soto was the case. wasn't
Soto.
it?
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
a sad thing. She was
was
gonna.
very
She was gonna deliver the next day.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah, that is.
You know,
sad.
they had to take the baby out because they had to do her autopsy.
Right.
Oh.
And
But he looked
when
beautiful, didn't he?
he did, he looked just like her.
Yeah.
Just like
Y'all
the
saw the
mom.
baby?
Yeah, they
Yes.
showed the baby.
And
Yeah, he was
when-
completely full term.
Yeah. It just looked like he was laying there sleeping.
Yeah.
Mm.
And when Matthew had his funeral, they had the baby in his coffin, you know, in his arms.
Did they
And then
bury him with the mama though?
Yes. And then they took him and put him in his mother's arms. And he was buried with his mom.
Are you talking about Katie that said she had a black belt? Okay, then she kick his ass. Enough said. Why your ass not home?
Your cat's off the chain.
You tell him, Cripple Creek.
Okay, I see you down there, Cripple.
See, a lot of people keep talking about Katie having, or being an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
There is an MMA fighter named Katie Proudfoot, but it's not her.
Is that her
Oh.
maiden name, though? Is that the Proudfoot maiden name lady?
I think so.
That's Katie's married name. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. And
Bless
I
her.
saw I looked it up and saw pictures of the fighter, and it's not the same person.
I start saying, Katie. I mean, I don't body shame anybody, but she's not in shape to be an MMA fighter. My
Right.
daughter was an MMA fighter. Lord, I hated it. It absolutely
Oh my
tore me
gosh.
up. Tore
Oh,
me
I bet.
up. It did. Oh, shoo. Yeah.
Mm.
I got pictures of her with black eyes and stuff, and it's like, oh gosh.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. It's mean stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
And our Katie is just not that dedicated, I don't think. And
No.
you think about it, Chris is not going to be with a woman who can beat him up.
When you like to see them, have you ever seen them? You don't see them standing beside of each other, do you?
No.
They're
I bet
always
he's
sitting.
shorter than her.
I bet he is too.
A little
I
short
think
man.
so.
You know what? I thought about them today, and because was it today? No, it was yesterday. I was in Walmart, and I was walking down through there, and I'm telling you, this woman was a foot taller than this man. She
my
was a
goodness.
good foot taller than him, and I was thinking, you know what? I bet that's what the Proudfoots look like.
Oh man.
I
Well,
did.
can you tell me what Katie's mama did? Because like you don't hear anything about Katie's family. And
Exactly.
she's
I
like
wonder.
got 99 years supervised something. What
Oh,
course?
Probation.
What,
Yeah, she's 99 years of supervised probation. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody say.
I haven't heard anybody have that kind of supervised probation. Must be
right?
bad. 99 years?
That's a
I don't know.
lifetime.
That is a
She's
lifetime.
gonna be supervised from the grave, y'all. What's she finna do down there?
You got
They
to
gonna
have
be watching
supervised
her.
visits at the cemetery.
Yes, he was. Now he cowered down to Nancy Grace. He didn't raise. I mean,
He
yeah.
didn't
tell
tell
you what,
her to
I
give
would.
him no hardball questions, did he? And he didn't laugh in awkward times either. And then all of a
Right.
sudden he couldn't remember much about that belt.
I was sitting here begging him. Come on, Chris. Come on, Chris.
I was
Katie,
throwing stuff.
Nancy would have tore
She was
him
ready
up.
for him. She was ready for him.
Oh, yeah. But I like how she is now calling them out for saying different things on other people's channels, you know?
Right. So, what do you all think about the YouTubers that go and are filming Boots on the Ground live?
You know, I'll tell you this. I watched JLR when he was out there walking around and they found something. They brought the cadaver dog. I watched that live. And my heart sunk because I thought, oh my gosh, I'm never going to unforget where Sebastian was at, if that's him. But at the same time, that was the most awesome thing I've ever seen is to watch that dog at work. you see them on, movies or whatever, but
Right.
actually, it was almost like it was real life, because it was real time.
Right.
And watching that dog work was the coolest thing. And to see that dog just lay down and your heart sinks, it's just kind of like that was such a cool experience in a way without it being cool. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? Because I don't want to say it's cool that somebody was buried there, but it was very, very cool to see the dog in action after we've heard about him all these years. But I don't think JLR was in anyone's way. He stayed back out of the way.
Yeah, he
And
did. He
and
did.
they were talking about, because he was on federal ground, he was on people's private property, but he wasn't videotaping the people. He wasn't videotaping their homes I did not see anything wrong with what he did.
Right.
And it
Okay.
gave all of us a really good look at what they're up against, what they're walking through every day.
Thank you, Millie. We love you.
What do y'all think about it?
Well, I am search and rescue certified. When working with cadaver dogs and scent dogs, a lot of times we have body cams on to I mean, you record everything that's going on. It's for protection of the dogs. It's for all the things, it gives
For
a
you.
real live
Yes.
account. But whenever I went to go search, I wasn't wearing a body cam in the last 3 because there was no need for me. There were other people with body cams on, like the 2 guys that had their dogs, one of the ladies that had other stuff that we were using. Anyway, but me personally, I went to go search for Summer and I didn't have anything on me. If something would have happened to me, I couldn't have called out for help or nothing. I'd have to depend on someone else. Nancy Grace says that everything should be recorded. She wants to see everything whenever it happens, and she wants to see every single thing. That's what she wants. But I mean, to be quite honest, this is terrible, terrible because a lot of people probably won't even know what I'm talking about. Whenever I think about this, I always think about the West Memphis Three. There was so many cameras that you saw them when they came up on those 3 boys, nude,
Oh my goodness.
hogtied, assaulted,
Really?
mutilated,
Oh my God.
yeah. So I think about those things as a parent. You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So I mean, to each their own. I don't want to come across something that was going to give me nightmares, like
Right.
something like the West Memphis Three. But I mean, it's a good training tool. It's a good
Mhm.
way to protect yourself. Nothing was planted. Everything is what it is. It's very educational. To see a dog at work is amazing.
You
Yeah,
know,
that
Cripple
was
Creek.
cool.
I agree. Cripple Creek says, I think it's a great thing. Film. That's the proof. I agree.
Mhm. It's very educational
The
too.
the live thing is what I have. I have
So
a
you
hard
can
on.
edit that. You
Right.
can edit a live. You can edit a video. You could do that, but whenever it's live, it's real time, and you can't back
Mhm.
up. It's going on. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting to watch and all the things. I hope I didn't
I
offend anybody, but West Memphis 3, it happened not too far from me. It happened years and years ago, but I'll never forget it for as long as I live. It's horrible.
Poor Dolly was down there flying a drone and didn't know it was illegal to fly drones over people's houses in Tennessee. I didn't know it was illegal either.
really?
Said it.
KLR said it would label you as a peeping Tom. That's what he said this morning.
Oh my goodness.
You know, he's grown a lot, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean,
Dolly?
not just his channel wise, but I mean, just the way that he
Mhm.
conducts himself. You know, the way that
Yeah.
he.
You talking about Jonathan?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, he has. He's really he's done good. He's really done good for himself.
He's gonna be in Tennessee tomorrow.
Is he? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I saw him this morning. He said he was coming back. Yeah.
Poor people screaming at Dolly.
You know, I
Bless
think
his
Dolly's
heart.
grown as well
Oh,
with his
and
channel.
he grows about 1,000 subs every other day.
He's at
Right. But I
48,
think
ain't he?
him as a
Yeah.
person, you know, he's matured and he's
Yeah, he has.
really doing well with his channel.
Yeah, I know. I think it was my last live maybe that we that it came out what Dom Defer, said about him. I was like, "Oh my lord." Yeah, it was but that was a long time ago. Well, a couple years ago anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and he's got away from a lot of the drama.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of, and people that caused a lot of drama. And
Right.
I wish him and PJ so much happiness. So much
Yeah.
happiness.
I think she's
Because
been good for him.
she has.
Yeah.
She has. And she's pretty easy on the eyes too.
She is. She's a pretty girl.
Don't talk
Yeah.
about me.
Yeah.
My
I saw
mama was
you.
texting me telling me my pork chops are ready. I wasn't listening to nothing y'all said.
Pork
Ooh,
chops.
pork chops at 10 o'clock at night. Yummy,
See,
yummy.
I work at night, so I'm used to being up. I
Right.
get off at 6:30 in the morning, so it's pork chop 30, Chewy.
Pork chop 30.
Pork chops. Yeah, pork chops. Oh gosh.
No, what really? What were y'all
Pork
saying?
is
I'm
my
sorry.
favorite meat. It's my favorite meat.
Is it really?
Pork
Yes.
chops. I could eat pork chops every day of the week.
Well, hers ain't
Yeah.
fried tonight. That's the only thing. That's why I ain't
What'd she do?
breaking them.
Bake them?
She just put them in a skillet. She didn't batter them.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Well, I do. I do mine that way too. And
Yeah, I
it's
don't
according to
use
what you
nothing
put on.
bagger, girl. Well, she did have some little seasons on the counter.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. But what were y'all saying?
I,
I'm so sorry. So Dolly has grown a lot. I have seen
yeah.
48. Is it 48,000
Yeah.
today?
Oh,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He's
he's on up there.
and it just keeps. I mean, it's just live after live after live, and he's got 2,500, 3,000 people in his lives. It's just
Yeah.
yeah, and it just seemed like it was overnight. It was
It
just like
did.
one day, he has 700 or 800 in his chat, and then it was just like the next day it was like 2,500. I'm thinking, oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
Well,
Yeah.
I believe his numbers over Jody Sue's numbers.
I haven't even looked at her numbers. What is she saying?
Girl, she had on there the other day. I went and pulled up some video. It showed she had 12,000 views on that video.
12,000?
Heifer, your last video had 78. Don't tell me you got 12,000 views on there.
I'm just proud of one of mine getting 6,000 views. I'm happy with it.
Yeah, that's big.
That one was a surprise, and it was I just scheduled a live, and it was, of course, for some reason, any live that has Summer's name on it that's the ones that blow up. But
Yeah.
I just thought, well, it's 953 days. So I did a lie. I just put Summer's
Yeah.
picture on the thumbnail and 953. Oh my gosh. And then Cher showed up. Justin showed up. And it was just like, it just
Yep.
exploded. But I'm so thankful to them. They, for helping me. But I love both of them. They yeah. But we we all in the long run are just want what's best for,
Exactly.
and it's just for these babies to be found and for
Well,
justice.
yes. I mean, but if Sebastian comes back home, I want him home with his daddy.
Yeah, I don't think he would be going back to his mother's. I think his dad's got enough proof on that one to fight that. I mean, you
Yeah,
can't lose a child like that.
and it's what it
Now,
sounded like. They were just lost.
Yeah. Like with Summer, she just vanished. That don't happen. Somebody knows something.
Look what Tammy said.
What
It
did
was
she
one
say?
person. It was one person who watched it 12,000 times trying to understand her.
Yeah, probably. Tammy, that ain't no lie there, girl.
Oh, look at the baby!
Her got a haircut. Hello, Clarabelle.
Oh, ain't she pretty?
there's your
Hello,
friend.
pretty girl.
My hair done today.
She's so
Oh, how
pretty.
Check it out,
sweet.
Lolly.
She took her
It's
little
about,
bow out.
it's about shaking out. Look at it wiggle like a loose tooth.
That's my little Daisy. She will not. Soon as she gets home, she starts dragging that head
Oh,
until
God.
that little bow's gone.
Oh,
She
that's
hates
funny.
them. She hates them.
Yep, that's how
That's so
Clarabelle
cute.
is.
Her so
She'll let me put
cute.
a ponytail in it though, but she won't keep no bow in
Clarabelle.
it.
Cripple Creek said, I would love to be boots on the ground, but I have all these animals.
I would
Yeah,
love to be boots on the ground.
yeah, I
I
would
think
love
a
it
lot
too.
of, if it was a perfect world, Summer would have a whole army there looking for her. Because I think everybody would come that could, but it's not a perfect world. Not everybody can be off of work or, you know, be able to afford to go that far. But in spirit, that girl's got a lot.
Yeah, she does. She does.
And I'm
Always
afraid
like,
that this case is turning into a Summer
yeah,
2.0.
it is. It is.
Yeah.
It is. That's the reason I was just like, gosh. I mean, it's deja vu. Every time you turn around,
Yeah.
every time you turn around, it's something. It's like just like Summer's case, just like Summer's case.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, did they study?
Right. Yeah.
To see what they can get by with, or you know, I don't know. I don't know. It's and I don't like to speculate a lot. I don't, but you can't help it. We're human. That's what we do. That's
Well,
what
I
we
tell you what, those parents make it easy to do that because I try not to blame parents. I've been trying so hard after Athena's case. I made a promise to myself I was not going to blame the parents right off. But the very first interview, I was like, oh my God, they're guilty.
exactly. And
And then when
they
you hear
wasn't
their second interview and it's different than the first, well,
right.
you're on a roll then.
Right.
It's crazy. And
Tammy, I beg to differ. She says she has.
she has what?
Tammy says the leader of Summer's army has never been to Tennessee.
Who's the leader?
Who claims to be the leader, who claims to have started the whole YouTube
You went for
phenomenon.
her throat one time, Lolly.
Which one?
The one that said I lied
Oh,
about my cancer.
no, she ain't no leader of nothing but stupidness.
Yeah,
No,
we all
she
have
ain't
our
no leader.
opinions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. We
Mm.
might be talking about two different people. Is her boyfriend in jail?
No, this is somebody different. I'm thinking about.
Oh,
Oh, because we're
okay.
talking about Summer's godmother.
Yeah. No,
Oh no,
that
no, no,
girl,
no, no, no.
she all stupid there.
We're talking about Summer's godmother, a different person. I don't know who you're talking about then, Miss
I
Tammy.
think. Are you talking about PG, Tammy? Yes, yes.
Oh,
Only in
no.
Jinky's dream as a pro cyclist. But no, she says she has been to Tennessee.
Who, PG?
Yes.
Yeah, she has. She was
Yeah.
at her vigil. She was at her Summer's Day.
The first one.
Well,
PG was?
She
yeah,
says she was.
Hmm.
She says she was.
Nobody would
But,
know
well,
who she was.
actually, I think I've seen pictures of her. So
I think she would. I don't think she would lie about that. I would hope not.
I don't know. I
Annabella's so
don't
sweet.
know. I don't know. But I mean, we all have, I try not to get on the PG thing because God knows she said a lot about me. But
Oh, I didn't know that.
oh yeah. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, hell, I thought we was talking about somebody different anyway.
I knew
I
exactly
know.
who she was talking about. But it's okay. There's a lot of people here that like PG, and I'm not going to, and like what she
Yeah.
does. And I try not to. I try my best not to say too much. It's just when she says something about me when she don't know me,
Right.
especially when it's not true. I mean, my husband is supposedly in a wheelchair, and I beat my husband. Well, look what the cat drug in, girls.
Who
Oh,
It's a
did it?
gosh. I thought you was napping. I thought you was
Frothy,
napping, Janky.
What y'all doing?
wondering about
Good
where
girl.
you is.
I took a nap.
Yeah,
Then I
that's
woke
what.
up.
We already talked about you.
Oh, did
Your
you?
He
ears are
actually said he
burning.
was napping.
I was napping.
Jinkies had. Tell them about the dream you had the other night. Tell these two lovely ladies
Well, you
about
gotta
it. There
make
it
my
is.
eye contact. Hi, everybody in chat. So I had this dream the other night, and we was at this Kids Day event. I was with Daisy, and PG messaged Daisy and said, "I'm coming this time." And I'm like, and Daisy called me, and she's like, "PG's gonna be here. You gotta come see who she is. We gotta see who she is." She said she's gonna be here for a fact. And I'm like, "I'll be there," but I was at work, and I was like, I'll be there. But for some reason, I was exhausted. So when I got there, I fell asleep. But I woke up in enough time to catch a glance of PG, and that's what she looked like. Yellow
The
mug,
one.
shirt, smile. I don't know why I dreamed that, y'all.
That's funny.
I don't have a clue, y'all. I don't know why.
Only Jinky.
I know.
That's funny.
I told everybody that Logan had a good visit, and I didn't know you was live earlier again.
It's okay.
I was
I wasn't live long. I just was live for about an hour.
yeah. Yeah,
Me and Jankies are gonna have a hot wing eating contest.
Oh, goodness.
Ooh, Ooh.
Girl, I suck him hot wings like no other. I go, I suck the cartilage off of them.
Oh, God. That'll be fun. We're going to have to do that one night, Jinkies. That'd be great.
That'd be so freaking funny. No,
That would be hilarious.
they would do a whole damn show of me doing just sucking on them hot wings.
That's like Auntie Sherry doing her banana.
I know.
Oh, my
She
God.
sucks them. Ain't nobody can beat her at that banana contest.
That was funny.
She's proud of it. And I figured I sent her a message and told her that I was going live tonight. I know she's sick.
I think she went to bed early.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sammy. Thank you so much. Yeah, you need to be careful with the sun. It'll get you.
Did you have carcinoma?
Melanoma. I still have it.
Ooh, melanoma? Ugh.
Where's it at?
On my back, my legs, my arms, my face.
Does it hurt?
It does when they go in and remove it, because like the one on my back was over 7 centimeters deep, and
Ooh.
it was a plug. They took a plug. Well, they take a plug out every time. It's in the shape of a cone and it goes down. I had.
Does it hurt when they touch it?
No,
No?
it looked the one that I had on my leg that was like
Oh.
20 something stitches was the size of an ink pen dot. That's how big that freckle was,
Really?
and it was 20 something stitches.
Yeah, big old
Wow.
long gash. Yeah.
It was
my God.
horrible.
How'd you
How
know
do
you
they-
had it?
How do they determine that it's cancer when it's that
Well, they
tiny?
did. Well, whenever they looked at it, they were like, "Hey, that just looks a certain type of way. We're going to do a biopsy." So they biopsied it. They took it off the surface, and they sent it to their lab. Their lab comes back, hey, it's melanoma. So, at one time, I've had 18 biopsies taken off of me. That's the most I've ever had at one time, and 3 came back. So
So
I've
you
still got
haven't
them.
had to have treatment though?
I hadn't had to have chemo at all.
Is it come from the
Radiation,
sun,
nothing.
or is it just something you got in your family? Is it
No,
genetic?
it's the sun. It's sun, but my dad also has it. So I was probably more susceptible to it because my dad does have it, but mine's definitely the sun didn't help at all. But I've still got some on my face that they're gonna have to go and take off. There is a plastic surgeon that deals specifically with melanoma, with skin cancer and stuff. And that's actually who did the place on my back. And that's who I'm going to have to go for my face, because I mean, you don't want to have you want to be a plastic surgeon that deals with skin cancer and stuff
Right.
to reconstruct whatever they have to do. Because it's in my eyebrow. We're not sure what it's going to entail.
Tammy has
I
a
look forward
question
to
for
it.
you, Jinkies.
Tammy, I've read half of it, but I haven't had a chance to read it all. Just where I got home so late and stuff. But when I do, me and you'll talk more.
Hi, Tracy.
Thank you for the information, Tammy.
Hi, Sammy.
Well, I'm gonna step down and go eat my pork chop, y'all. Thank you for having
Well,
me.
you enjoy. You think about us while you're eating that pork chop.
Yes.
Oh, well. All right,
Yeah.
bye.
Thank you for coming up and sharing with us. She's so pretty. She's such a beautiful soul, isn't she?
She is.
Inside and outside, especially.
We've got a really cool bunch of people that we've just our friend tribe. You know what I mean?
Right.
I call it a tribe.
It is. It is. I mean, we support each other.
Yes, we do.
You know, and I think it's great. It's just like, whenever any of y'all are live, I try my best to be there, even if I can't be sitting down, and if I'm a moderator to moderate or whatever, but I try my best to listen. Just like last night with your live, Lolly. Of course, it was mostly you was just playing what.
I'm so happy, Biscuit Head. You're doing better. Sorry, Judy.
It's okay. It's okay.
My
Uh,
ADD makes me do that. I'm sorry. I was
it's
rude.
Jinkies. You're just being Jinkies. I love you.
I love you.
I wouldn't have you any other way.
I'll just be sitting there reading something, and all of a sudden I'm over here squirrel hunting.
It's called
That's
ADD.
the ADD in me.
Yeah. But next time you go by my house and you don't tell me you're going by my house,
I
Oh,
know.
I'm going to be upset.
girl.
I was actually in Kingsport and Bristol today, woman.
Was you?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
it sure was. Yeah, gatekeeper had an appointment in Bristol, and yeah, that was at about
Here, put
10,
that barefoot.
10
How'd
something
everything
this
go
morning.
for you?
It was good. It was just a routine thing.
I hear Logan's appointment went good today.
She's texting. It'll take her a minute before she can get
Yeah,
done
it
with the
did. It
text
went
before
good
she
today.
can answer.
ADD.
That's funny.
One thing at a time.
Oh, yeah.
We all know that. That's what we're so patient with Jinkies. When we hear that,
Yeah.
we all just wait. Hi, Tracy. I'm good, darling. How are you? Go put on your notifications, Tammy. Ring that little bell. And y'all, please hit that like button. Y'all don't know how important it is to a creator for y'all to hit that like button.
It really is.
So many people don't realize that. But yes, the like button is huge, people. Huge. Even if you don't like it, hit the don't like button. The thumbs up or the thumbs down, it doesn't matter. Just hit one of them. It means a lot. Even people that don't sub
Right.
that come and watch it, later. We please hit it. But Lolly is got a lot of information that she's going to share with us about on Summer's case, Jinkies.
I'm just going to start poking some bears. Maybe somebody get angry and tell the truth, so we'll leave them alone.
That's a good thing. That's a good
It
thing.
doesn't coincide with some of the information that I already know.
No, it's completely.
No,
That's
I'm
why.
just calling out people around that area there.
No, it's completely away from that. That's why I told him. I said, "Yeah." Have you heard anything from them?
No.
Okay. Well, don't know.
All I know
Okay.
is it's time for that baby to be found. It is time. And everybody keeps talking, and all the negative Nancy's out there are like, what are y'all going to talk about when Summer's found? Well, you know what? There's others we can talk about. But we're not stopping on Summers.
Right.
No,
Right.
there's no way we need to stop on Summer. Because then it
No.
gets cold. Because it's been 3 years.
Yeah. Right. I'm not stopping. I'm not going to stop.
What's the name of the Bear Pokers channel? It's Lolly Beautifully Broken. And
Bear poker.
I will put her link out there.
Thank you, Miss Chewy.
You're welcome. Let me go get it. And
Trying
Lolly
to
is beautiful.
and just grow my channel. It's just a little one, slowly getting there.
Like, mine's 6 months old now.
Look at you.
Yes. I
You're
just
way
got
ahead of me.
I got a notification today. It says, it's your anniversary.
Well, I've been
No,
on
Tammy.
YouTube since like 2012, but that was only
No,
because my son kept sending me videos to watch.
no local.
Yeah,
Local.
but as a YouTube partner,
Yeah.
it's 6 months.
No local, Tammy.
You still live, Jinkies?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I was answering a question Tammy had asked me.
You know what? I will be happy if I can get as many in chat as what Jinkies has. I'm jelly. Everybody loves Jinkies. Jinkies is so much fun. She brings.
You know, it's good to
I loves
talk about
you.
other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
We all need
It
that.
is.
Because these cases can really wear down on you pretty
Well,
hard.
some of the things that I like to address is some of the stuff that's going on in the YouTube street and
Girl.
crime. And I like to address, like last night, the interview with Sebastian's dad, and
Mhm.
how he indicated that Sebastian had been SA'd and
Yes.
he had received abuse from his stepfather's side of the family.
Yeah.
And like also the fact that the stepfather, now this is facts. This is not me speculating the stepfather is guilty of anything. But this is facts. That the stepfather refused to take a lie detector test
Mhm.
when it came to Sebastian.
Well, he agreed. He agreed to Nancy Grace to take one, but then when she set it up, he don't want. He said no, he can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, said TBI told him not to do it.
They're
Did
great.
he take one for TBI?
No,
No.
he said TBI told him not to. Is what he said. Not to take the one that Nancy Grace had set up. Seth's going to take one. TBI didn't tell him not to take one.
Mhm.
So why would TBI
Honestly, I don't
tell?
think TBI would not want. I think TBI would want him to take a test for sure.
Right.
We love you, Tracy. I love everybody.
Yeah, we know that.
Me too.
Yes, me too. Me too.
I want to have a picnic. Is it gonna be nice
Huh?
this weekend?
Huh?
What?
I want to have a picnic. I'm wondering if it'd be nice this weekend.
Wait a minute, I'll tell you.
Let me ask Siri too. Siri,
You
what's
know,
the weather
we
this
got.
weekend?
You know what we got to do, don't you?
This weekend, the weather will start out with partly cloudy skies, then clear skies.
It says the high in 64 on Sunday, high in 54 on Saturday, but it's going to be sunny.
Wow.
Well,
I'm do a picnic.
I just looked at the weather at the lake where I'm going this weekend, and we were taking the boat out so we could watch the eclipse because it's going right over us.
Oh
And it's like
wow.
45% chance of rain that day.
Well, that's 45%. That's not bad.
Yeah.
And you know, 40 and what that means is that 45% of the area will get rain. Not that it's weird. It's weird if you really look it up what that means.
Yeah.
But
I'm hoping. I told him I'm taking my umbrella. I'm still going on the boat. If it rains, I'm just gonna have my umbrella out there.
45%. That's not bad. That's not a washout.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a live stream for the eclipse.
Oh, that's great. You got you some glasses?
I do. I got my glasses. Yes.
Yeah, I remember when it came. When
my son that the one that I lost 4 years ago, he and I were here for the last partial eclipse that we got to see. And they were talking that day about the total eclipse. And he said, Mama, 4 years, me and you were traveling to wherever it's going to be at.
Oh,
Well, Sunday's his birthday, and then Monday's the eclipse. And he loved going to our little place we have there at the lake. So I'm going to the lake for his birthday and to watch the eclipse.
oh, Lolly, it's precious.
That is precious.
It's precious.
It's hard, and I keep thinking it would get better, and
It'll never get better. That was your
No.
child.
I keep thinking, I'm going to make it through his birthday this year. I'm going to be okay this year, and this whole week, just at the
It's
snap
okay
of a
not to
finger.
be okay. You know that, right?
Huh?
It's okay to not be okay.
Yeah.
It's okay
It's
to grieve.
just, I keep trying to boost myself, and you got this. You're going to be all right. And it just, I was sitting at work today, heard a song, and I'm at work typing out a document, and tears are just dripping. And
Yeah.
it's like,
How long's he been
very
gone?
emotional week. Huh? 4 years in February.
I'm sorry to hear that. What happened?
Car wreck, head on with the 18-wheeler.
Oh my God.
Neither one of them stopped, but it was raining so bad. The driver of the 18-wheeler told the officer that he did not see Austin until impact.
Oh gosh.
That's how bad it was raining.
Oh my goodness. I'm
So,
sorry, Lily.
oh, thank you. It's been rough. It's been hard. And
Tammy, I'm gonna answer Tammy's question. I didn't mean I hate Tammy. I don't know about toaster oven. I've been worried about toaster oven because last time I tried to call her, the call wouldn't go through.
Really?
So I haven't heard anything from her. I think a few lives ago she popped in, but I haven't seen her.
I wish she wouldn't run away like that.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's I guess we'll know in a couple of months
Yeah.
whether or not. I mean, she's always at the event, so
Yeah.
I guess we'll see. Well, why don't you, Lolly? Have you thought about maybe trying to come up and if you come up this way and?
yeah, I've thought about it, and it's a slow time at work, so it's perfect. I just, trying to get back on my feet.
Yeah. And it's not cheap to travel no more, is it?
Not at all.
No.
So, I don't know. I would love to come back up that way. I mean, I only made 2 days last time before I fell down the hill and broke my arm.
Yeah. Bless your heart. Gosh.
It is still not healed. And that was in July.
Wow. Where did that happen at?
It was, what is it? The Cherrahala Skyway. It was a drive up a mountain just west of, what is it, Etowah?
I don't know. That don't sound familiar to me.
I went to Athens to the hospital there. I know that much.
Gotcha. Bless your heart.
That was the closest hospital we could get to.
That's
yeah, it stunk. I was so disappointed.
Yeah.
I had been waiting for a trip to Tennessee, and get there, and the next day I'm like in the emergency room with 7 breaks from my shoulder to my elbow.
Oh my God. 7 breaks. Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Then the next day my son had a plane ride for me to get home. My brother drove from Austin to Houston to pick me up from the airport and drive me back home 2 hours. And then my daughter already had an appointment the next morning with the surgeon. I was like, man, I raised my kids good.
Boy, you did. They take care of
Yeah,
mama, don't they?
they did. So my daughter, she's like, Mama, you're not going home. You're staying with me. So I ended up staying, and I could care less. I was just, by that point, hurting so much.
Was in pain, wasn't you? Yeah.
I was. And then finally had surgery. So,
Bless your heart.
yeah. I was looking at my pictures today and I was like, man, that was such a pretty river.
You didn't want to be that close to it, though, did you?
Not that close, no.
Tammy says that's just off 75 headed toward Chattanooga.
Yes.
So you
yes,
wasn't far away.
That's where I was.
Yeah.
Halfway up that mountain, and everybody said, oh, here's the place to stop and go to the bathroom. And Loretta didn't have to pee, so I'm going to go traipsing down the hill. And I had already made it all the way down. And I was just taking one little step. And my leg went numb.
Oh, gosh.
And as I went down, I hit the tree. I was like, good golly.
Lord
It
have
was
mercy.
crazy. I was just disappointed because my whole trip was ruined.
Right. Well, you was headed up here?
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
We were in Pigeon Forge.
Oh, okay.
And
Molly,
then
are you local?
No, I'm in East Texas.
Oh.
And my cousins and I, we all went up there. And my niece was she wanted to go to a camp up there where all of her friends were going to. In right outside of Etowah, I think is how it was pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
And, so we took her the next day there, and on the way back, we saw that little Skyway Drive thing, and we're like, yeah, let's go drive that. And that was the end of my trip.
Oh.
And I had a whole nother 6 days to go.
Oh, wow.
I was so disappointed.
Oh, wow.
But
yeah, Sevierville is only 30 minutes from me.
yes, we did go through there once. I don't know if it was on the way to Is that on the way to Knoxville?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
yeah, we went there when we were going to the airport.
Interstate 40, yeah.
So.
And I just got my Dollywood tickets.
Oh, goodness.
So
I got mine too.
Yes.
Me and Chewy's going to go hunting for Dolly Parton.
Oh, how fun.
We're going to go on a hunt for Dolly Parton.
Dolly wants to see us.
Everybody kept telling me about the Stampede there, so we got tickets to go to that and got tickets to go in the Titanic little thing and some other show we got tickets
Titanic's overrated.
And then
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's overrated.
I didn't get to go to none of it.
Yeah, I like the Stampede.
So you paid for the tickets, didn't get to go?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Yes. And we didn't know anybody around there to give them to, so. And then I had to come home and, now I got a $64,000 arm.
Wow.
That's how much it cost.
And that's what your insurance didn't pay?
No, that was the total of the surgery. $62,000 or $64,000.
Oh, dear Lord.
And I got a titanium rod out of the deal, but still.
Laura Lee.
Goodness gracious.
Hey, darling. Good to see you. The real Dolly is a gem. Yes, she is.
Oh, I've seen her one time at Dollywood, and she sings like an angel.
Yes, and I'm going to tell you something. That woman loves East Tennessee.
She
does so much.
She don't own Dollywood.
Really?
Nope.
I don't know.
Nope.
She has stock in it.
She has some stock in it, but the owners is still the original owners that own
Silver
Silver
Dollar
Dollar.
City. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember going to Silver
Wow.
Dollar City.
Well, their family, the family owned it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went. I can remember going to Silver Dollar City. That's how
She
old I am.
been there too at Silver Dollar City before, but I don't recall. I didn't go to Dollywood until 1995. That was the first time I ever went to Dollywood. And the reason why I
Wow.
remember going to Dollywood that year is I went with some friends that took me, and we stayed down there damn near a week. But not only that, my niece was born that year, and
Oh,
and I was only like 19, I think.
yeah.
I
How
was
fun.
so she's my baby, and when I found out she was born that night, we went home from Dollywood, and I was staying with a friend at the time. I left her house and never went back. I just went and got my niece and just didn't let her down. I called her my sissy, and ever since then, she's my sissy. Like
Oh,
mine. Daisy says she's hers, but she's mine.
Hey, Biscuit, Jinkies, answer
I
this
see
question.
that. I don't know, man. It's hard getting away these days. I'd love to go. I'd like to go on just a road trip, but it's so hard getting away. I've got something in line right now
That's
that
going to
I'm
make
going
it
to
even
do
more
3
difficult.
days on and 3 days off on top of the
really?
restaurant. Yeah. I
Wow.
can't I don't want to say the name of the place,
Yeah,
but
no, I don't blame you.
and it's going to be 3 12-hour shifts, so it's going to be like a full-time job.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
I'm in the works
Well,
of
that's
that,
great. What I'm praying, is
and I'm going to have to
if
travel to go to it.
if it's Lord's will,
Yeah.
I'm praying that it works out wonderful for her, and
Yeah.
that she loves it, and she loves Tennessee so much that she says, "So long,
Adios.
Harlan," and sells her her restaurant and says, "Tennessee's my new home."
Sell my house and my restaurant
Yeah,
because I have to
yeah,
sell a house too,
yeah. I know, but I mean, if you love it and it's Lord's will, and it's good
If
for
it's the
Logan.
Lord's will, just like as easy as it was for me to get that restaurant, it'll be
Right.
easy to do with the Lord. My
Yes.
restaurant was the easiest purchase I've ever purchased. I'm not gonna lie. I took
Mhm.
out a small loan, but the rest of my retirement out. I took my retirement out, but I took a loan retirement on my retirement. And when Corona come by, I didn't have to pay that back like that. I didn't have to pay that loan retirement and the interest back. I was able to get the rest of my retirement out, and everything went towards the restaurant though. So it was all my retirement that I put in the restaurant.
Yeah.
So you got to get that back.
Yeah.
I got to cross my fingers and hope that I can get it back.
Yeah.
But the step in that I'm making with this job where it's going to be a full-time job, it's 3 on and 3 off. So that gives me, it's 3 on and the rest of the week is off. So that gives me a little bit of time to figure out if this job is going to be something I'm going to stay with, that I can keep, or am I going to get rid of the restaurant? In the meantime, if I
Right.
do get rid of the restaurant, I'm going to buy one of them little campers, and I'm going to put it lakefront
How
in
cool.
the town that I'm going to move to, that I'm going to be working at, so I can stay in my little camper the 3 days and
Yeah.
enjoy the lake, and then the other 3 days I can come home.
Girl, that sounds
So
awesome.
yeah, so it'll be cheaper to rent a spot on lakefront than to rent a place.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And I still have my house here, and then I'll have my lakefront
Oh
there.
yeah.
So I'll just be like I'm on vacation or something.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Wow.
Tammy, I never knew it was called Gold Rush Junction. I never knew that.
Really?
That's what she said.
Hmm. Well, I'll be praying for you, Jinkies. That sounds great.
Thank you. I'm just trying to figure it all out. But if
Yeah.
it's meant to be, it will be easy.
Yes.
Right.
I
Right.
agree with that 100%. I went and did a job
I was
interview.
in that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, I did a job interview, and that was the easiest, smoothest job interview I've ever done in my life. They threw out scenarios, and I had actual events that I had coordinated and planned, and things happened, and, all the things that they were doing scenarios about, I could
Yeah.
tell them what I actually did.
Yeah.
And it was just really laid back, easy. I haven't heard anything yet. They haven't hired anyone yet for this job. And everybody keeps, asking me, and I'm just like,
Not
either I
sure.
get it or I don't. But I'm not stressing over it because God's got a plan.
Yeah.
I
Right.
just got to wait and see what it is.
Well, if I don't get this job, I'm going to quit using my former job as a reference because I feel like I might be getting blackballed from my
Yeah,
former
that's
job.
been happening. Yeah, that's been happening to me here.
And I didn't do anything to get blackballed, but this one lady just does not like me. And she was my supervisor at the
Yeah.
time. And I got furloughed from my job for COVID. So I didn't get fired from my job. I got furloughed because of COVID. But the supervisor at the time had to choose the people to furlough when I was the first one to furlough. She didn't like me. She was intimidated because I had more experience than she did. And that happens when you're having more experience and they're put in the supervisor position. They
Yeah.
usually try to weed out the ones that's smarter than they are.
Right.
Oh, yeah. That exactly happened with me. And then I just found out she's told the people I'm working with now that they shouldn't have hired me because all I did was sit and play on the computer and play video games all day.
Can't.
And I was like, are you serious? I gave a 2 weeks notice and she gave me a going away party.
Yeah.
You don't do that when you fire somebody.
Right. 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 It's you don't leave on good terms whenever it's a fire. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, Lord Lee, I heard I saw all about that. That's just terrible how they done him.
Tammy, I know. That's what I'm afraid of. As a camper might get too small. But Logan will probably be with his dad them days.
If you do get one,
you'll be okay.
Get one with at least 2 slides.
Yes.
A slide for the living room and a slide for the bedroom.
To make it bigger.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I know there's a spot down there in that area. They have covers over top of you put your camper in, and there's covers over top of them.
Yeah.
And it was like in the wintertime it's like $250 a month. And in the summertime, it's like $350 a month. But that's better
cheap.
than $800 and that's also better than
that's cheap.
Hotel rooms. That is pretty cheap. And it's my place. And I can enjoy my summer at the lake too. So
yes. Right. Yes. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And we had a beautiful we started out with a little bitty camper. Then we graduated to a bigger camper. And then I went in debt for a nice camper.
Well, I plan on selling.
I loved it so much.
On a camper.
Yeah.
I found a nice little camper. It had 2 slides. The only problem was it's like 2014, 15, but one of the slides are broken. The motor, I think, or whatever is broken. So that's the only thing is the matter with it. Everything else, there's no leaks, nothing like that. And it's fairly new overall.
Yeah, that is new.
And it looks really nice inside. And it was like $8,000.
Oh.
Wow, that's cheap.
Yeah.
That's cheap. And you know what? It would be worth it and then just have the slide fixed,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's all kinds of places to work on them down here.
Yeah. So I think it'd be fun though. I'll get me a kayak
There you go.
and
A life jacket.
and
I like check.
some of them. My luck is I get down there on one of them floaty devices that I buy, and I'll end up floating to the dam or something.
Right.
The
That
best
would
thing to
be
do with
me.
that, if you're afraid of that, to tether. Get you a rope and tether so that
Yeah.
Right.
it's not that bad. There's
Yeah.
not that is especially if you have in a campground that's in a cove, you don't have to worry
Yeah.
about that. You're not on the main channel.
Right.
I always wanted a boat. I always wanted a boat. Not a big boat.
I have a pontoon.
no.
I love it.
Just a
Oh,
boat.
yeah. We
I
have a
always wanted a
pontoon. I
boat.
love it.
I'll even take a little John boat. I always
Yeah.
wanted just a little boat.
I love the pontoon, and my best friend and I will get on it. We'll go out into the lake and find a old
Oh,
tree,
thank you, Lorelei.
and we'll tie up, turn on the radio. Oh my gosh, it's just so relaxing to be out there.
Yeah, it is. And I
Right.
get you talk about sun, and I know here we
Mhm.
are talking
All
about
that
sun after
all that good stuff.
after
out there.
Annabella's story.
Yeah.
I need to have a yard sale. I've got so much crap at my house. Let me tell you, I went into Daisy's house today, and I said, "Oh, you got one of them Roomba vacs?" I said. She said, "Yeah." I looked around, and she's putting up her Easter stuff, so her floor's cluttered with everything. And I said, "You need to get your Easter stuff picked up in your little Roomba vac work." She said, "Leave it alone. This is my comfort zone." I said, "You're becoming a damn hoarder, what you coming? Got shit piled to the ceiling." She said, "You should see my building." I was like, "Oh God." And there's ducks in the living room, y'all. What I want a heart to touch bought her like a bunch of baby ducks, and sent them to her.
Oh my
And
goodness.
they're all in the living room in a big container.
The live babies are?
Yeah.
Lord God, keep
Oh
skunks
God.
away. Keep the skunks away, Lord. Please keep
So they're in the house. They're not in the outside where the skunks are. They're getting pretty big too.
If you don't know, Lolly, Daisy had a skunk to kill. How many was it? 53?
48 baby
40.
chickens.
Yeah,
Yeah.
48 baby chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
43, wasn't it? I can't remember.
I thought it was
I remember.
48.
I mean, they were like,
There was a bunch.
yeah, it was a bunch.
No, they're in a big tub in her living room.
Oh my goodness.
And she sits over and talks to them and waters them and feeds them. And I mean, there's probably about 13 ducks in this tub. So you can imagine. I said, "Oh my gosh." She didn't want to let them out to get hurt, I guess. And it's too cold for them too. They're still babies. Which a duck can live outside in the cold. This is
Can
how
they?
many years they're hatching out.
Mm.
Right.
But yeah.
I remember when the kids were little, we got 2 baby ducks. You see, you know how the people do at Easter time. They get
Yeah.
those little ducks, and they color food coloring on them and color them and then sell them. Well, my husband brought 2 home. Well, one of them made it, but we had just a kiddie pool in the backyard, and that duck would go crazy in that thing. But he was so miserable. He was a duck by himself.
Oh.
No friends or nothing. So we ended up giving him to somebody, their farm, so that had a big pond. He was a happy duck.
Oh.
But he was so much fun, especially when he was little. We'd fill the bathtub with water. And man, that little duck would have a ball.
That's
I know.
hilarious.
I had a little duck that I got, and I raised from Tractor Supply. and I'd leave him in the bathroom in the bathtub, and I put just a
Really?
little bit of water in there, and that's where he'd stay at night. And, when he wake up in the morning, you just wash it down and scrub it up. Not a big
Yeah.
deal. He could end up getting real big though, and it
Yeah.
turned out he wasn't a he.
That was
It was
full
she.
size, huge, pretty
Her
white.
name was she become a big Dixie. Her name was Dixie Duck. Yeah.
Dixie
And
Duck.
she got big, and I said, well, I took her to Daisy's house, and I dropped her off with some of the crowd of ducks because she was alone, and ducks supposed to have friends.
Yeah.
She took up with them and had a bunch of babies and stuff, but then she got it's called foul water disease. She got in some bad water somewhere, and
Oh
it crippled
no.
her. Yeah, it crippled her, and she died.
Oh my goodness. I played with
Yeah.
baby goats, the little miniature ones. They're
Oh,
so
and
Yeah.
they're precious. They're
I picked
precious.
Yes, I
They're
love it.
addictive. They're
yes,
addictive.
my granddaughter goes, here, hold this one. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm never putting her down. She laid
They're
her
just
head on
so
my
cute.
shoulder. It was the cutest.
They're just so cute. Baby goats are the best. When I got my goats, they were big goats though, and I bottle fed them, and I just know it took a minute to get my little brown and white one, or big brown and white one now, to eat. So when they finally started eating, I rejoiced because especially when they started eating sweet feed on their own.
Yeah.
But when you bottle feed them, they're like your babies. So I can look at their little faces now, and I'm like, "That's my babies."
Oh,
Now, even though they're 300 pounds,
It's just that
right.
they grow up, don't they?
they
They
Tammy
do.
do.
says they're not precious when they poop and pee on your bed.
Yes,
I just love it when they're hopping around, they jump around, and oh, they're just so
Oh,
cute.
yeah.
Our neighbor out here, they have a little farm, and they have if there's not 50 goats out there, there's not one. I
Oh,
mean,
my
they're
goodness.
everywhere. There's and they're all different sizes, little tiny things.
No.
We just love seeing them when we go by there.
I'd like to find a nice farm that needs some goats to eat, rubbish and stuff. To find for my goats a good farm,
Right.
um, because I don't like the fact my goats are safe, they're fed, they're healthy, but they're in a corral, but the corral could be bigger. Right now,
Yeah.
it's probably about, yeah, it could be bigger. The pony's corral is much bigger than. I'd like to combine the pony and the goats, but they fight.
Do they? Oh,
And
gosh.
I'm afraid that both goats would gang up on the pony and hurt her because
Yeah.
she's smaller than they are. So
Look what Cripple Creek said.
there's a place in the side that you can manually do the slide. Really? Well, if that plane's still available, I've got somebody right now that wants to buy my restaurant.
Really?
Yes, he's been waiting for months now to buy my restaurant, and all I gotta say is when he goes up, gets the money, and hands it to me.
Wow.
And I think if I get this job and I like it, I'm just gonna say, okay, let's do this. So,
You've already settled on a price then, huh?
because my restaurant's adorable.
It is. I love it.
It's adorable, and it's turnkey. He would have to maybe close it down long enough to get its inspection, which it probably wouldn't even have to have an inspection from the health department because they just came in and inspected it like
Yeah.
a month ago, and I got a 99%. I got 1 point off. That's because I left a name off of an item that was in the refrigerator, and I had the date on it and everything. I just left the name of it, and so he probably wouldn't have to. He'd just have to go up, and then he would. That's it, because I'm in the
Wow.
county, so That's all he'd have to do. He wouldn't have to have any special anything, just the health department and a business license, like a business, just to
Right.
set up a business through the state. But that's it. And he literally turnkey.
Look what Tammy said.
He's the one that did the plumbing for me, though. So he's a master plumber. He is a master plumber. He's also an electrician, and he
Oh my
does
goodness.
AC. Yeah, he does. He
Wow.
also works on ACs and stuff. So he's the guy that
He
you
does his
want.
own maintenance in.
He does plumbing. He lived in Florida, and he moved to my town. He's a master plumber. He's an electrician, and he works on air conditioning units too. So he's a jack of all trades. But he wants to be a cook. He wants my restaurant, and my restaurant's just turnkey. If I sold him my restaurant tomorrow, he could go in there in 2 weeks and have it open and running and making his money back for what he paid for it.
Wow.
Yeah. And he has an adjoining business beside it too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he owns the business on the other end of the building.
Wow.
But it's hard to give up your dream,
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
it does.
That's where you have to. There, Annabella's back. That pork chop was amazing.
Oh, shush, girl,
It
shush.
was.
You're gonna rub it in our face.
I can fry a mean pork chop.
Ooh, that's my
No.
favorite. I love pork chops.
You know
No
what you
matter how
do?
you cook them.
You get your frying pan, you get you some butter and put in it. Then you take that Montreal steak seasoning and
Mm-hmm.
you put that on it. And then take a little bit of garlic powder and put on it. And you can't stand it. It's
Mm.
fried with that butter. And
Oh
it's so
man.
good you can't stand it. I sell them at the store so quick. I probably got to go get some more tomorrow morning. I sell
Oh,
every one of them at the door. I had a family of like 12 or 13 people that wanted a pork chop each the other day.
Oh
So
my
I
oh,
God.
and I had to fry it on I fry it on a stove in a big pan. So
yeah.
I had 2 pans full of pork chops
Oh
frying
gosh.
away.
So you
Yum.
fix them to order then.
Oh yes, they're fresh. Fixed to order.
Wow.
Yeah, all my food's fresh. I make all my food homemade and fresh. I don't like old food. But
You
we
talk
sell
about
out.
some good
I
chicken and
actually
dumplings.
let it
Oh my
sell out.
gosh. Her chicken and dumplings are to die
So if I'm
for.
out of chicken and dumplings for the day, I'm out of chicken dumplings. I don't make a new batch until the next day.
Do you run out of them often?
Yes, ma'am. Chicken and dumplings is one of my popularest items I got.
So
And
have you thought about making more
it doesn't matter.
than what you make? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Than the pot you make. Have you thought about making double that before?
Well, see, I don't want to be stuck with them too.
Right.
I'd
Yeah.
rather run out of them and not waste them.
I went to our local grocery store has a deli,
Mhm.
and they of course a deli, they fix hot foods.
Right.
Well, at 4:30 in the afternoon, I went in there, and this was on Friday, and everybody knows it's Fish Friday, and they have some often deep they batter fry their fish.
Oh, I
And
got
it's
good.
wonderful. It's
Oh,
wonderful.
man.
Well, at 4:30, I walked in there and I said, I looked at and the fish tray was completely empty. The potato wedges were all gone.
Oh gosh.
The chicken tenders, they still had the chicken tenders and other stuff, but the fish and stuff was gone. And she said, and I said, when will the fish be up? Because I figured they had somewhere down. And she's like, we're done with the fish today. I said,
Oh, God.
what? It's Friday. It's Fish Friday. Well, I done a whole box. I said, do you have another box?
Mhm.
And she said, yeah, but I'm done. We're not fixing any more fish today. And that didn't go over too well with me.
Did you make her go
But-
make more fish?
No, I didn't make her go make more fish. But I did when I went to the front of the store. This is a small grocery store. This is IGA. It's family owned. And
We have one of them.
we know the owner's there. They're there every day. Well, I go to the front to check out, and I told him, I said, "Can I make a suggestion?" And I was nice. I didn't say anything out of the way. I said, "I would suggest that your deli not close down so early." I said, "I know what a deli does for a grocery store. I work for, I didn't tell him who or nothing, but I work for a major grocery store that had a major deli in it. And I know the volume, not just the volume, but the money, and that a deli makes a company." And I said, it's time for people to get off work. Why would you not have your special of the day to at least 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock? Why would you not do that? I mean, even if you fried 3 or 4 pieces at a time for people, your grease is hot. Your grease is hot. It takes what, 4 or 5 minutes to fry a piece of fish.
I fry mine in a frying pan, and I fry mine by order. So if you come in, I'll fry your fish for you by order. I don't. I fry it fresh. I don't pre-fry anything.
Right, I agree. Well, it was just so happens is that woman, when I told her back there in the deli, that and the manager of the deli was back there. I didn't know that was her. But she said, "Well, if you call and tell us, we'll put some back for you. I don't want cold fish." You know?
Right. Yeah.
So when I was telling him, he was standing up front at the office up there. Well, here she came out. She said, I told her that we would hold her some back. I said, "You're missing the point of it at all." I said, "How many people came in here wanting the special of the day but couldn't get it because you wanted to go home early?"
Yeah.
And so the cashier that checked me out, she was like, "I'm going to carry your bags out today." I said, "It's okay, honey. I'll get them." She said, "No, I'm going to carry your bags out today." So she carried it out. She said, "Thank you. Thank you for saying that." She says, "Them girls go back there." She says, "I work here, and sometimes I don't even get to get what I want. It's because they want to shut that deli down so quick." I said, "But you know what? It's going to take that owner to step up and say no."
He probably can't afford to. Do you know how hard it is right now to pay employees? Not only is it hard to pay employees, it's hard to keep them employees there long enough. They all want to go home early, and they want to get paid for it.
Right.
And then you got pussyfoot and tiptoe around them, because if I make them mad, they won't come back. And if they don't come back, that means I've got to be there, and I've got a lot of major stuff going on right now. So I'm trying to be nice and be stern, because I got one little girl. She just thinks that it's okay to just come in 30 minutes late every day. But she's free. She's part of a program and she's free. So I'll take what I can get. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
But if one of my paid employees do it, they don't know. You're gone, sister, because I can replace you. I can't replace
Right.
the 3 ones.
Yeah.
But
Tammy, I love fried chicken livers
if
too,
I
darling.
make a big old giant pot of dumplings and I want it to sell out
Gotcha.
because I can make them again the next day and make them fresh because you don't want to keep a big pot of dumplings the next day.
No.
They sour up and stuff. So you
Right.
can't do that.
Yeah.
But
I get it. But I
um,
mean,
as far as
fish.
I fry it by order. It takes literally, I let everybody know it takes about 20 minutes to fry the fish because it comes frozen
Right.
in a box. So you have to thaw your fish out, and then I have to season it up because I don't batter fry it. I season fry my fish, and it is so delicious. It's light and fluffy. It's so good. I haven't eaten
It
a fish
sounds good.
before. Yeah, it's delicious. But I do run at the end of the day. I do run out of food, but I can't afford to lose the money on the food either.
Right.
Right.
But fish, I can do that all day long. But something like chicken and dumplings, I can run out of them. I have to.
I get it. I do. I get it.
If it
But I
don't
mean,
like, I'm not going to tell y'all this story because I'm bragging. But like last Friday, we made up a bunch of turkey and stuff, and we was closing till Tuesday this week. So we weren't going to be in there. I'm not leaving that food there. So we packed up a bunch of lunches. I'm not going to tell you what we did with them because that's bragging. And we took a bunch of turkey and dressing dinners. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I wasn't going to let it sit there and waste
Right.
because, food has a time limit on it. So you got to be real careful about, that kind of
Yeah.
stuff.
You don't want to make nobody sick, right?
Right.
You know what? It's better for somebody to eat it than to throw it away.
Right,
Exactly.
right.
Right.
And some people had Easter dinner.
Well, bless your heart. That's good.
Well, it's just, it's what we're supposed to do in life.
That's
That's
exactly
right.
right.
Yeah. But food is so expensive now. It's very
I know.
expensive.
I know. It's awful. I was just like, I went to the grocery store today and got two cases of pop. That's Mountain Dew and Pepsi, 24 can. And then I got some cucumbers, a green pepper, some shredded cheese. Let's see what else I got. Shredded cheese and can't remember. It was just a couple things. And it was almost $50.
Yeah. Yeah.
$50.
Yep.
And I can
Crazy, isn't it?
remember probably about 10 or 12 years ago, I guess. I can remember going to the grocery store with $150 and your buggy would be, you couldn't fit it all in the
Yeah.
buggy.
Especially Kroger's.
Yeah.
I used to be able to go to Kroger's and take $200, and oh my gosh, I had 2 buggies.
I told you today when you was driving, stop at Kroger.
Do they have a deal?
I don't know. They usually do.
I love Kroger's.
Yeah. As you was going by there and you thinking about stopping at Walmart. I said, no, Kroger.
Yeah. I love me some Kroger's. But I have a local grocery store that we have here, kind of like what you're talking about. It's not an IGA though. But they have the butcher orders meat, and he's the one that I get my meat from for the restaurant. And he gives me like 20% less on it than what he sells it for. And even for my house, I get 20% off. So I went
Oh, that's great.
for Logan yesterday, and I went in and I told him to make me up a bunch of meat. Logan likes like chicken breast. He likes me to fry it for him and little chicken tenders, and he also likes lemon pepper stir fry. And
Ooh,
he
that
likes
sounds
hamburgers,
good.
and they've got the best hamburger meat I've ever eaten there. Like it is delicious hamburger meat, and so I make him like burgers and stuff like that. I'd rather him have like home cooked food like that than some of this this trashy food that you get out here at these other restaurants. Like McDonald's is just
Yeah.
we went to Fazoli's today and it was just it's just like a waste of money.
You know, I started to go to one the other day down the new one down in Morristown,
Yeah.
but didn't. But I went. I think I told y'all about my little visit to Cheddar's the other day. But we stopped at Cheddar's. Yeah, I told you about it, didn't I?
Which Cheddars that we're at?
The new one in Morristown.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's one down on the west end.
Okay.
And I stopped there. Well, actually, I went and ordered it. I was trying to order it and just go pick it up. And we was going to sit and eat it because, gatekeeper didn't want to go in. We wasn't dressed. Really wasn't dressed to go inside and eat, because we were just out running around. Well, I couldn't get anybody to answer the phone to place the order. And then I called to ask for a manager. Y'all gonna think I'm awful because I'm always complaining, but I've worked retail. I know what good customer service is.
Right.
Better.
But and then I asked to speak to a manager, and I finally got to speak to a manager after I was sitting in the store for over 10 minutes
Oh my goodness.
on hold. The manager finally, and I told him, I said, yeah, I'm sitting in your store and I'd appreciate it if you come talk to me. So he came and talked to me. I told him, I said, I just wanted you to know what's happening. As a manager, you needed to know this. Well, I ended up getting my food free. I wouldn't. It wasn't for that. I just wanted the man to know what was happening in his store so that he could fix it. So he could fix it.
Yeah.
But it was, yeah.
I'm the same. The other day I went to Taco Bell and I got them new cantinas you told me about, right?
Oh God, it's so good.
So I rode through there and she's like, do you want the quesadilla? And I thought it come with the quesadilla and a little burrito and then that little flimsy taco. No, they just gave this little tiny square quesadilla that wasn't even big as the taco, and then a little taco, and then yucky cinnamon twist. I hate them things. And I paid like $12 for it. And I'm like, I looked in here and I'm like, well, where's the burrito? And all it's in there is this little tiny beef taco and this little tiny. I said, there's not even nothing here. So guess what I did?
You took it back in there, didn't you?
I just went back around and drive through. I said, nah, just give my money back. I said, they give my money back. I said, do you want your pot back? I already drunk out of it.
But the one that I got, it had a big burrito in it, and it had a chalupa in it, and then it had that chicken cantina in it, a soft shell chicken cantina. It was so good.
I might just try the chicken cantina by itself.
Oh, it is. It's get a soft shell chicken cantina. Oh, it's so good, so good, so good.
Well, they have quesadillas, but they're so little. They're tiny. It's like they're just really, really tiny. And I'm just not I won't buy something that's not worth its money. It's got to be worth its money. Because when people come through my restaurant and they pay their $12 for their meal, they get a gob. That might be my downfall.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you something. If whenever you go to Johnson City, I found the best Mexican restaurant I have ever eaten at. They gave us so much food. I just couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. It was you know where PetSmart is? Or where Home Depot is and all that is up on the hill?
And Johnson City?
Yeah.
Yes.
State of Franklin.
I know what you're talking about.
Up on the left in that little strip mall up there by
Mhm.
where
David's
there's a
Bridal, all that's over there.
yes, there is a Mexican restaurant up there that is absolutely wonderful.
I know what you're talking about. Over there by like Old Navy and stuff.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Jinkies, they gave me so much food. I did because whenever he come out there to take the order, it was me and my mom because I took my mom to the eye doctor, and my mom absolutely loves Mexican better than anything in the world. So we sat down there, and I told him what I wanted. Well, she was still sitting there, and I knew what she wanted. But anyway, he's like, "So y'all gonna share?" I'm like, "No, I want my own. She wants her own." Well, we should have shared.
There was a lot.
Oh my gosh, I'm telling you, it was
Expensive?
piled. I mean, and he says, "You want the lunch or the dinner?" I said, "This girl wants the dinner." You know, you look at this. You think I eat lunch? But yeah, I should have got the lunch portion because I'm telling you, it
It was
was.
a lot.
Oh my! I've never been to a restaurant that give you that much food. Never.
Wow.
My favorite restaurant in Morristown is that little hibachi grill behind Cheddar's.
Thank you,
Understand?
gatekeeper. What did you say?
It's a hibachi grill, and it's behind Cheddar's and it's under the hill from Sam's Club behind Cheddar's.
Oh,
It's
and
best
where?
hibachi, Johnson City.
I know where
It's
you're talking about. Yeah.
good. It's
Is
man,
that better, gatekeeper?
Logan and I's favorite restaurant. We love it.
Name of it?
I don't know. Some Japanese name.
Well, you know what? Me and gatekeeper's going to pay a visit there.
It is so good. And I love the little guys that does the hibachi. They
Yeah.
sling that stuff around and throw eggs.
And they do it right in front of you, right?
Yes, yes. I love some hibachi. And it's so fresh and so delicious. I love it. And they make jokes while they're doing it. That makes it even better.
Oh, well, gatekeeper knows I liked it. I like to go in and be fed sometimes. You know, sometimes it's okay to go to a buffet and eat or whatever. But sometimes you just want to go and sit down and just be waited on, you know?
Tammy, it's in Johnson City behind the Cheddar's under the Sam's Club. Sam's Club's on the hill. You go down under the hill there, right behind the Cheddar's. It's a little hibachi restaurant. It's so good. I think it's by Books a Million or something like that. It's by that bookstore.
Barnes and Noble, ain't it?
Barnes and
Barnes
Noble,
and yeah.
So good. I make fish tacos. Um,
I've never eat the fish soup.
I make fish tacos at the restaurant. They're really good. We do our fish, which is a seasoned fried fish, and we put our special white sauce and green sauce. Our green sauce is cilantro vinaigrette, but our white sauce, it's a secret, and it's delicious. And we put cheese and cilantro and onions if you like them. I don't like onions, but
Onions.
and there's people just freaking love them. They're not like an Indian woman is the one that came up with the recipe. So yeah, she used to make them hot and spicy.
Sounds
No.
amazing.
It does sound amazing. If you like heat,
Chewy's
speaking of,
only shied the dumplings at my restaurant. She needs to get her butt over. Her gatekeeper needs to bring their booty over, and I'll feed them.
that's a date. We need to do that before you decide to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
you hear that, gatekeeper?
Well,
We
Christine
gotta
came
go.
to my
We gotta
restaurant,
go to Harlan.
and she's keto. Christine's keto, so she's like, "Well, can you get me a little bit of everything, but all the meats, but nothing like I give her vegetables, but nothing that she was
Starchy. Yeah.
yeah." So I got these little bowls that I put my sides in. So I brought her out a little bit of each meat, and I got this big platter for her, and she eat almost every drop of it. She was like, "This is good." I worry
That's
about
cool.
her. I know she's got that cancer and everything now, so
Yeah, I
I worry
know.
about her.
Yeah, I do too. I noticed she lost her eyebrows and her eyelashes now.
Who was that, Miss Ann?
No,
No,
Christine.
Oh, Christine. Okay.
you know who
Yeah.
Christine is?
Yeah.
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 Bless
Christine's
her heart.
Miss Ann's a trooper.
Yeah, she
I mean,
is.
she's a trooper.
She
I'm not
is.
saying that Christine isn't. I think that
Right.
Christine has got a little bit more of an aggressive cancer,
I
and
was
she's
gonna
on
say,
a
I think
little
hers
bit.
is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's on a little bit higher doses of chemotherapy, which makes her a whole lot sicker.
Bless her heart.
She's on something called the Red Devil right now,
Mm.
and it's
Yeah. It's mean. It's real mean.
I think she's doing better with the Red Devil than she was doing with regular chemo.
Seems like it, don't it? But of course we don't see everything.
Every other week,
Yeah.
and it gives
Yeah.
her body a chance to,
Adjust a little bit.
yeah.
Yeah.
When she was taking the chemo every week, it was just it wore her down.
Ugh.
to nothing.
Yeah.
But she has a carcinoma.
Mm.
Well, if you're going to have cancer, that's the best cancer to have is carcinoma.
Really?
Is it?
Yes. Yes.
Why is that?
Melanoma is and it's according to what it is too. That's just like skin cancer. Melanoma is 100 times worse than carcinoma.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Had no clue.
Yes. Melanoma is bad. That's the reason I asked Annabella what kind she had. And it was it's melanoma. I was like, oh Lordy. Ugh, it's not good.
It probably because it spreads so much. It spreads easy and it spreads so much.
Hers was like she said, a pin drop,
Yeah.
but they had to dig way down in her leg. I saw that big old scar on her leg right there after it was done. Oh man.
I thought carcinoma was the worst.
Nope. No, look it up. Look it up.
Wow.
Yeah. But I mean, there's different types of carcinoma too, you know?
Yeah.
There's different stages, there's different types of cancer and everything, but yeah. Now, Gatekeeper had carcinoma. He had a carcinoma in it was in his lower colon and real close to the rectum.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. But thank God it was in the colon, because when it
it can spread.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, if you ain't had your colonoscopy, girls, go get your colonoscopy.
I've had mine.
How long ago was it? I'm due one now.
I think it's been 4 years.
I don't think I could let somebody put something in my buddy.
You don't even know it.
Really?
You don't even know it. No. You go to sleep,
Yeah,
you don't even know it.
Yeah.
The worst part
went
is
to sleep. I woke up and done.
The prep's the worst part.
Yes.
But no, it could save your life.
Yeah.
As Gatekeeper, his doctor tried for 2 years to get him to go get a colonoscopy.
Mm.
Did he have
Yeah.
symptoms?
Yeah, he started having symptoms. He started
Really?
passing blood.
Yeah,
Mm.
my brother-in-law did that.
Yeah. And once that started, it was like, whoa.
He had cancer too, but he got rid of it. I mean, my brother-in-law had it, and they got it. He didn't even
Yeah,
have
they
to.
got it. They got it from gatekeepers too. He took 2 rounds of chemotherapy. He had a port. He took the pills first,
Mhm.
and then he took 28 or 30 rounds of radiation, and
Oh,
then he took chemotherapy by the port.
oh wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
had to wear this thing home, and for the and,
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm.
that pumped it into him
Did he
after.
get sick?
Yeah, he got sick. Yeah, well, he done
Mm.
he done really well. He done really well with it. I mean, he felt terrible, 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 and couldn't hardly eat and all that stuff. But he had a lot of prayer,
Yeah.
and so but praise God, he's cancer free now. He has a scan every so often, and he just had one not long ago. Plus, he had a lung scan the other day, which I hadn't told y'all what it was, but they scanned his lungs, and but it came back okay.
Good.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. I was worried. I was scared.
Yeah.
I was scared because they had never done a lung scan on him.
Yeah. Well, it's better safe than sorry on that, or especially
Right.
where he's had cancer before.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that word is scary,
The word
It
is
is.
terrifying.
especially when you're told you have it. You know.
Yes, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tammy says my husband won't have one, and he's
Mm.
64. He's terrified of having one. I've had 2, but I'm a bit nervous about my next one because my gastro doc retired last year.
Oh, goodness.
And it's always difficult to go to a different doctor, isn't it? I tell you what, Tammy, I know a real good one in Kingsport. I don't know whether you want to travel that far, but I know a real good one in Kingsport. That's where I go, and he's amazing. He's a good doctor. His name's Dr. Hamoki. His wife's
Aw.
a doctor, and he's a doctor. His wife is a dermatologist, but he's a gastro doctor. But he's great. He's the one he found my husband's. He's good. He's a good doc. He cares. He cares about you, and that means a lot when a doctor
There's
has
a lot
good.
of doctors here in our town. I've got to find Logan a doctor, and I have no idea because they're all crazy. We get the lowest of the totem pole because nobody wants to move to our town. That's a doctor. So we got the lowest of the totem pole on doctors. So I'm thinking about getting a primary care physician out of town for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's another reason why I would like to move.
well, me and Gatekeeper traveled for a while back to Big Stone to our doctor that we had there. We would travel.
Logan was supposed to have been born at Lonesome Pine.
Was he?
Dr. Anna Heron.
Oh, that's who delivered some of my kids.
He was my OB.
Well, Brittany. I
And
just doxed her, didn't I?
he was my OB. And there was a Chinese woman that was working with him. And her name was Dr. Zhao or something like that. And she was horrible.
Oh.
Listen, girls, I'm gonna go TMI. Gatekeeper, close your ears. Okay, so when you're pregnant, you're trying your best to be a girl still,
Right.
and you're trying to keep yourself clean in areas and stuff. And well, by the time you're 8 months pregnant, and you try to take shavers and razors to
Yeah.
areas, you kind of get a dead cat looking down there.
You're right.
Well, I went in with complications, right? And I tried, y'all, but like keep yourself clean and then not dirty, but like
Right.
cured up,
Yeah.
whatever you cured up, and your lady areas, and you can't reach anything when you're that pregnant, okay?
Well, no.
So that Dr. Chow was like, she was doing a examination, and she's like, "Oh my!"
Yeah.
He said, "What have
Oh
you
my
did
God.
here?" She said, "It's a mess."
It's a mess. Oh my God.
She said, "Oh my, what have you did here? Oh my goodness, it's a mess." Oh my gosh, y'all.
That's hilarious.
But we're gonna try.
Well,
I didn't know what to say.
what does she expect though? My gosh, you can't reach areas too well.
You can't barely reach it when you're that pregnant, y'all. It's kind of
Oh,
hard. You
yeah.
just kind of feel in the air and try to hit the
Yeah.
spots, get them clean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
Oh, that's
I was
hilarious.
trying to manicure up because I'm practically ready to have a baby here, and I don't want to go in there with
Right.
an unmanicured self, or is it
Yeah.
manicure? Whatever it is.
Tried, Dickies, you tried.
Yeah. And I ain't got no money to pay nobody to go and do
Right.
anything to people, and I wouldn't let them anyway. But she
Right.
said, "Oh my."
It's a mess. That's hilarious.
I cut the hell out of
Oh.
this, but I did. But anyway,
Oh, that's
it's a girl thing because girls go through that stuff. When you're having babies.
yeah.
Where's Whistle? Whistle needs to be here.
I know, right?
No, don't tell Whistle.
That's a clip. It's a mess.
No, she was like, "Oh my, it's a mess. It's a mess." She's
That's so
Chinese, so
funny.
she's in Chinese
Yeah.
voice.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Well, I don't know if she's Chinese. Yeah, Dr. Zhao, she was Chinese. She said, "Oh my." Well,
Times
she
of water.
actually, though, she was really bad. She was a horrible doctor.
Yeah.
I come back to her again, and I'm still having complications with the pregnancy. And one day I just woke up and I felt like I peed myself all the time. I was peeing myself all night long. And I told her about it. And she said, "No, you just it's a pregnancy. You're just peeing yourself." But I'd wake up and I
No.
was so wet.
Yeah, no.
And I went into labor all week long. I
Yeah.
went like that. And I went into labor that Saturday morning, and I stayed in labor till that Monday morning because they told me I was just faking it.
What?
And I started running a fever, and I said, "I've got to come in. I'm running a fever, and I'm premature at this, and I'm already high risk."
Yeah.
And I told her, and she said, "No, you're just peeing yourself. Your bladder's weak when you're pregnant." Well, when I got in there,
No.
Dr. Van Haren said, he examined me, and he said, "You're dilated." He said, "Is there anything else you think could be wrong?" I said, "I think I'm leaking water because I feel like
Yeah.
I'm peeing myself constantly." And he did a test, and he said, "You're leaking water." He had me sent out to Houston Valley within an hour's time. And I
Wow.
had by the time I got at Houston Valley, I was 6 to 7 centimeters dilated.
Oh my
Good
gosh.
I
God.
was 34 weeks. I was 33 weeks and 6 days pregnant. And
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
they shot me full of all the stuff that they needed to shoot me full of. And I had to stay and take some extra antibiotics after he was born and stuff. And he was in the NICU for 2 weeks after he's born. But they also, the hospital, I remember Dr. Manaharan, that doctor, he got in the elevator with me and he knew that Joe had did me dirty. And he says, I will pray for you. And he made this nurse stick right with me in the ambulance because he thought for sure I was losing my
Oh,
Dr.
oh,
Manaharan, he was a good
He was a
guy.
good doctor, but that Joe was horrible. She said, it's a mess.
I gotta say something the spirit missed. She says, I lost my best friend this evening. We were like sisters for 30 years. Cancer
Oh,
my
sucks.
gosh.
mess.
Keep up with your doctors, please.
I'm so sorry, baby.
I'm so sorry, Spirit.
Oh,
I'm
man.
happy that we can make you laugh, though.
Oh, I'm so
Leave it
sorry
to
to hear
Jinkies.
that.
Yes, bless your heart.
I love you,
Oh,
Spirit Miss. We'll pray for you.
Yes, yes, we
yes.
do.
Pray for your peace. You know, I
Oh, my
prayed for my
goodness.
peace today with Logan, and I had a sweet peace all day long. The only time I really freaked out was that 1 minute. But peace, praying for peace really works, guys. Believe
It really
it.
does.
It does. And Lolly, I'll pray for your peace
Thank you.
because you're not, you're going to grieve. But
Yeah.
what's important is your peace. And
Right.
you're
And I'm
never going
trying
to,
to
yeah.
get there.
It's your
But I'll
peace to
tell you
knowing
what,
that,
it's really, really hard.
well, you don't have to do it. You don't have to get there. There's no get there. You
Right.
grieve when you need to grieve.
You be
Don't
what you need to
don't
be.
Yeah.
try to get nowhere. You're right where you need to be. I'll just pray for your peace that God eases your pain a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. I can say this for sure. It's by the grace of God I'm sitting here talking to y'all right now because
Mm-hmm.
there was a time that I could care less if I ever woke up again.
Yeah.
It just devastated me. But
Molly,
It
I
would
pray to never, ever feel your
anyone
pain.
that loves their child. That is you. That is your
yeah,
blessing that God bestowed upon you. And he's always going to be your blessing, no matter if he's
yes,
in heaven or if he's on earth. We're here on
yeah.
earth only for a short time. You get to have him the rest of his life in heaven, the rest of your
Oh,
being
yeah.
in heaven. And I know that doesn't make it better, but because you want him with
It's
you.
just like come Sunday is going to be his birthday.
Yeah.
I gave
How old
I
is
gave
he?
birth. He was 27 when he passed,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and but I gave birth that day,
Yeah. Yeah.
and to not have that person to be able to at least call,
Yeah.
it just is such a feeling that I can't describe it.
I'm sorry.
Like I say, I just have moments, and I'm better than I used to be because I stayed in bed for about 2 years,
Is he
I
your
could
only
care less
one?
about life.
Is he your only child?
Huh?
Was he your only child?
No, I have a son and another son and a daughter,
Okay.
and
That doesn't make it
they
any. They're still your babies.
always want to go out to. No, yeah, they are. But we always would go out to eat for Austin's birthday. We do that for all of our birthdays. And we would go for Austin's birthday and we talked about him and told stories about him so that the grandbabies can learn more about him, because they were
Right.
so young. And my son's going to be working this Sunday. Well, he's apologized 100 times. And I'm like, no, brother, go, because he
Life goes
films.
on.
Yeah, he's got his business and, he's got to take when he gets hired for jobs, and
Right.
the fishing channel needs him. He's got a show he's got to film for the fishing channel. And then my daughter, it's the kids' spring break and dad gets off work Friday. Well, they're going to go out of town for the weekend. Go, don't stay here for me. So I decided I'm going to the lake. That was his favorite place to go.
You
he
got
wanted to
somebody
live
going with you,
there.
though, right?
My cousin, she lives there now. She's got an RV there, and she lives there. And
Oh, that's
I've
great.
got my nephew and my niece are going to come and spend the weekend with us, and so I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be where Austin would want to be, and I'll get to see the eclipse down here, and he can see it from heaven, you know.
Yeah.
That's
So
exactly right.
Yeah.
it's a hard thing to go through, and that's why I don't understand. Even if a parent is guilty, one day, doing something to their child or whatever, one day they're going to feel that loss.
Right.
They're going to feel it. It's going to happen. And I will never, ever, ever put down parents for doing something to their kids. And that's why I say with Sebastian's parents, they seem guilty. And it's so hard for me
To not
not
see
to
that,
feel that
right?
way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. It does.
And
It does.
it's driving me insane because I don't want to be that way.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's kind of almost like it's so obvious and yet we don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I try to be very patient with everybody's opinions and stuff. And I feel bad for the parents, even if they did do something, because I know the feeling that they're going to have one day.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's just something I will never want to wish anybody to ever have to feel.
Yeah.
Ever. That's one club you don't want to be part of, for sure.
I hope to never be there.
I witnessed a car accident that Miss Chewy's son was in. And
Oh, wow.
if she would have seen it, she'd have had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially. Did you know that he afterwards he had skin? His top of his head was skint. I mean, the skin off the top of his head because the ladder that was in the back of the truck went through the back window over top of his head.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness.
But there was 2 people that were.
When I rode by it, I didn't know they were passed. They were older people.
The 2 older people in the other vehicle passed.
They had
Oh,
a
my
heart problem.
goodness.
I mean, he hit them hard enough to spin them around, but the heart problems, I think, is what got them because they were pretty old. And they pulled
out in front of him. Yeah.
Bless him.
And he was up inside the mountains with his truck.
Man.
Yeah.
This is the craziest thing, y'all. We had just buried Austin probably maybe 4 or 5 days. And my son checked the mail and he said, think about this, mother. Don't just react. Don't do anything with emotions. He said, really think about what you would do. And I was like, okay. And he gives me this big envelope and I open it up and start reading. And he said, I just knew what it was. He said, I don't know why I knew, but I knew. There was a law office that sent me a packet of information to sue that man.
Oh, wow.
And I'm like, what in the world? I mean, I couldn't even think at that moment. There was no way I could, even if it would have been done and it was in a bad way, say maybe he was drunk or something,
Right.
I don't even think I could because that man has to live with that.
He does.
Right.
And
my son has a hard time with it to this day.
Yeah, I could never do that to a person. I was blown away that somebody would actually send me that packet of information. I was just baffled.
Well, that older lady, the older lady and man, she had just had several open heart surgeries. She was a Tiki
Oh,
mom, the one that was in Miss Chewy's son's car accident. I rode by it. I didn't know that. I thought she was just sleeping. She was passed. He was passed, but I didn't
oh,
see him but I seen her, and I was gonna stop, but you don't want to make, like there was so many people
yeah,
already there, and the police was already there. But it was sad. You just never know. Life is short. It's not
it
guaranteed
is.
what tomorrow brings. Um, we're here one minute, we're not the next. We're not. We
Yep,
just we got to stay thankful for our blessings, and know once we're gone, we're going to be with our other loved ones. So,
right.
and then we're going.
After Austin's passing, I used to have a job that was a high pressure job where I was just constantly, going and doing and going 90 to nothing all the time. And after he passed away, I look at life different.
Yeah,
I take each day as a gift.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
And
we have to.
it's really made me look at life differently.
yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank God.
but
Your mission here
yes,
on earth is not done, and God still needs you. He needed Austin in heaven to help him with something. Just think
Yeah.
of it like
yeah,
that. You know what I mean?
yeah,
He needed him up there more than he
you
needed
know,
you.
yeah, it's just, and I've come to terms with it. I can get up out of bed. I can go. I can laugh again. I can smile again. I didn't think that would ever happen because I always felt guilty because he wasn't here to laugh and smile. So why should
Right.
I laugh and smile?
Yeah,
It was the weirdest the way I thought, but that's just where I was for about 2 years.
yeah.
And that brought something to mind to me for me is that you saying that, and that's just like Candace.
Hmm.
People don't think that she should be able to laugh and smile.
That makes me so mad because, she could be doing that to herself just the same way that I did for 2 years.
Right.
My
Right.
child's not here to smile. My child's not here to laugh. Why should I be laughing? I
And
mean,
I'm
and
and
it's
it's not just Candace, it's other people too. I know that
yeah,
just come to my mind is because, you know,
yeah. Oh yeah. No, it makes me angry when I hear that because that's the craziest thing ever.
Well, when we had Bulls Gaps Day, she's the one that wanted that butterfly on. She's the one that wanted everybody to get butterflies for summer on their face,
Yeah.
and we was doing it in a joyful way to celebrate summer. I think it was
Right.
beautiful. I think it was
Yeah.
beautiful, even though Rap ended up in jail with his butterfly on his face.
and his mug
Well,
shot the butterfly.
Oh no, his mug shot and all.
and I felt so bad for him that day.
That was
But
funny.
but yeah, but everybody, there are people that are convinced, and there's nothing that can be said or done to change their minds,
Right.
and they feel the way they do. And I'm not going to argue with anyone
No,
or
we can't.
anything, but
Right. Yeah.
I just get really aggravated when I hear stuff like that because it probably took her a long time
You know
to
what I
be
think
able
the
to
greatest thing we can do with our kids is
what?
teach them about God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Teach them to know who God is, to seek Him in
Oh
their
yeah,
self. We can't force them on them, but we can
right.
let our kids seek Him themselves.
Yep.
We can tell them about Him. We can read the scriptures to them. But I think by doing that, we make them better people
Oh
because
yeah.
you know being with God is good. And we
Right.
teach them to be good, better people because they have convictions of God.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that way, if something does happen to our children, for example, we know that, they believed in God,
Yeah.
Right.
And it says, He who believeth in me shall not perish. Jesus will not perish,
Yeah.
but have everlasting life.
And
Right.
and he told us too that if we teach them in the way,
Yes.
if they may stray, but
Right.
they'll come
Yeah,
back.
they
Will
will.
come back.
They will. And I think it's one of our things that we need to teach all of our kids. We need to teach them the essential things in life, but
Oh,
God is
yeah.
the most important thing. So when you lay your head down, if something like what happened to you, and you lay your head down at night, I'm sure you did teach your children about the Lord.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah. Yeah. And Austin was he was very scientific. There's a reason for everything, and purpose, all this
yeah,
stuff, but he had to see. There had to be proof, or it's just not real. you know, he
yeah,
was that person, but he kept trying his best because he would read the Bible,
good.
and we would have discussions all the time.
Yeah,
And he's like, Mama, how can you believe in something you don't see? I said, I feel it. I feel it in my heart. I feel it in my spirit. It's the right thing. And he says, what if you die and you find out there was no God? I said, well, then I can say I lived a good life because I was a
yeah,
good person, because I lived by the rules of what I believe is what God would want.
yes,
And he said, I wished I could, and he would get aggravated. And he said, in my mind, I can't justify all of this. And when I found out he was gone, I was so distraught. And my two older kids did not tell me until it was months later. When I was talking to him, and I told him, I said, I just wish Austin would have lived just long enough for that light to open up and for him to see with his own eyes God.
hmm
Because I know once he saw that, he would believe, he would know.
yeah,
And my daughter looked at me and she said, Mama, he did not die right away. And that was all the confirmation I needed.
hmm
And at that point, it helped me to start heal, because I firmly believe that he saw God.
Confirmation.
He had what he needed and had been asking for all along.
yeah,
Yeah.
I believe
Yeah.
that.
yeah.
But I was so upset for so long because I was like, gosh,
He was
he
seeking
died.
God.
Yes.
He
Yes,
was seeking
he
God.
was. He
Yes,
was.
he was
And
He
seeking
was
God.
under conviction big time, wasn't he?
Yeah.
he was. He
And
was. And
Yeah.
he
I got chills
knew.
just then thinking
Yeah,
about
I
it.
did too. I was like, praise God. Yeah.
And we
I got
would
chills.
have discussions all the time. We debated a lot, had
Yeah,
talked about different things. And it was big things, not just like my older son, Mom, did you see that great play on, the game tonight? But
They're different. They're different.
yes, they are. But Austin was very intelligent and deep with his thinking, and to have that piece of knowing that Austin did. And I know that sounds horrible as a mother, but I was so grateful to hear that,
yeah,
because I knew God would show himself to to
yeah.
Austin, so that his eyes could see him.
I believe a mother's
Not,
prayer is everything for their child.
Oh
oh
yeah.
yeah, yeah, I believe that
And a
totally.
dad's prayer too, not just a mother's, but a dad's too.
A parent. A
Yes,
parent. Yeah.
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 You
But
know,
But
uh, I know this is going to change the subject.
It's okay.
But I've had this comment up here for a little while, and it's Tammy when Jinkies was talking about a doctor, and she says, "Get this, my doctor of 20 years told me he wouldn't do a pap smear on me because he saw me as a friend. We are not friends." After he said that, I didn't want him to do a pap smear on me. Sounds like he wanted to be your friend,
I was
Tammy.
gonna say, Tammy,
Yeah.
you gotta
Ooh.
admire her. That's funny.
You know, my dad will be gone a year, May 1st. And
Oh wow, that's hard.
yeah. And you know, and it's nothing compared to what you went through. I know it's not. But
Oh, but it's still the same. I mean, you miss them. There is a
don't
difference
mean I
being
don't
a
miss him any.
child.
Yeah, right.
But yes.
But
Yeah, I've lost my
I'm
mother
like
and
you.
my father.
I know where my dad is.
Yeah,
There's not a doubt in my mind. I know where my dad is.
right.
And I'll see him again.
Yeah. And
I'll
my
see
two
him
other
again.
children, my daughter was her and her husband were over the youth at our church. She had a boy that had a real troubled life. Home life was not great or whatever. And he just was always causing trouble. And she was like, I don't know what to do with this kid. And I said, just keep talking. Just keep talking, Kaylee. All you can do is do that because you're planting a seed that kid needs. And when he's ready, that seed will just flourish.
A witness, bearing witness.
Yeah. And I told her, I said, don't stop talking. Just keep talking.
Yeah.
Just keep talking.
God's using her. God's using her.
It was really rough on her for a little while with that one kid,
Mm-hmm.
and then he quit coming. She said, I think it's because of me. And I'm like, Kaylee, whatever he does is his choice. But that seed is the seed you planted. And
Right.
that's all God asks us to do is plant that seed.
Exactly. He gives us
And you've
tests
done your job.
to tell
Yeah.
our testimonies and plant seeds.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
So,
true.
and my son was the youth pastor before her, but his job started taking him away, out of town and stuff. So my poor son, he had to go to Costa Rica not too long ago to film a fishing thing.
Oh, wow.
I was like, you poor thing.
Bless his heart, Costa Rica. Oh my gosh, what a
Yeah,
heartbreak.
Costa Rica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky him.
Yeah.
He enjoys it.
He's he does. And he told me he was starting his own business. And I was like, oh, brother, let's talk about this. And he's like, Mama, I've been praying about it. And it's like just falling in my lap. I feel like God's opened the door.
And
Like,
that's what
okay.
God does. God moves that way,
And that boy, he is on his second year of his business. And he is booked year round.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Yeah. And he is in negotiation right now with Shark Week.
Oh, cool.
It's
Cool.
yeah. And that he told me because I kept saying, brother, I think you've made it. And he's like, no, Mama, I hadn't filmed Shark Week yet.
You call him? Do you call him brother? Is his nickname brother? That's my brother's nickname too. All of us call my brother.
Oh.
Ever since he was a little tiny boy.
I call my brother Fat Boy.
Oh.
When he was little,
he calls me Big Mama. He calls Daisy Big Mama. And I call him Fat Boy.
Oh, that's funny. Well, when he was little, we would call him Bubba Kyle. His middle name was Kyle, so we called him Bubba Kyle. And then as he got older, he's like, "Y'all gotta quit calling me that." I was like, "Okay, brother." And he's like, "Well, you just used my name. You gave it to me." I'm like, "No." So, but
That's great.
he's he's
That's I
amazing.
know you're super proud of him. I know you're super
Yes,
proud
I
of him.
am because he had a vision and sat down and made a game plan, and he prayed about it, prayed about it, and prayed about it. He was a Texas highway patrol.
Oh wow. So what's a dangerous job?
Yes, and he would work at nights, and I didn't sleep well, and I just always kept waiting for a phone call, and of course, I got the phone call from the other side, but
Right.
and then he just was like, it's too much, too much danger out there. I got two little girls. The money was amazing, and he said, but it's not about the money anymore for me. And I'm like, if your heart's not in it, don't do it because that's dangerous.
He making money as a trooper?
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah.
most of them don't. I
Oh,
think
in
I think
Texas.
police officers are the most underpaid, like
Now,
teachers.
when he was like a city police, yeah, no, he didn't make a whole lot. But when he became a
What
state
state?
trooper,
Mhm.
oh man, yeah, he started out at, I want to say it was like 96,000 a year.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow, that's crazy. Well,
yeah.
they deserve every
But
dime of it.
I was gonna say,
Except
I
when they
tell
pull
you,
you
he
over
worked it. Yeah, yeah. I
for
got pulled over
speeding.
because I was going too fast, and the guy looks at my license and says, "Do you have a son?" I was like, "Yes, I do."
Thank God I
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and I called him when I got through and everything. I called him. I said, "I just met a friend of yours," and I told him. He's like, "Would you stop speeding, Mama?" And he said he already called me. I was like, "Dang." But
Oh, that's sweet though.
yeah, but he did take a big leap. I was very nervous for him,
Oh
because he did
yeah.
have two kids,
He,
and his
hey,
wife is a school teacher.
yeah, she don't make much
So,
money.
no, so it's like, oh, but I'm very proud of him. It took off, and he's doing well, and so my
That's
daughter and her
wonderful.
husband are doing good. I'm just very proud of them, but we're just not whole anymore.
And you never will be until you
No,
meet again.
yeah, and that's what.
Until the rapture. When the rapture happens, it'll all
Yeah,
be
my oldest, he keeps saying, "Mama, just think about when you start getting sad, just think about that day that you get to walk straight to him and give him a hug and never, ever, ever have to be apart."
yeah. No more sadness. No more
Yep,
goodbyes.
yep.
Yeah.
So I know
And,
it's
and
it's
thank
a hard
God.
thing, and sometimes these cases really get to me, especially like Sebastian's mother, and it's like
You want to
she's
just get her and
different.
just shake her and say, "What's wrong with you?"
Exactly.
He-
Exactly. I just
He's
don't
your
understand it.
baby. He's your baby.
Yeah. And everybody was really putting down Candace real bad at first because she was drinking.
I would be too.
I'm going to tell you, after I lost my son, I knew to stay away from drinking because if I took one drink, I would probably never stop.
Yeah.
because that would have been an easy escape.
Candace's alcoholism is sprung from traumatic events that happened to her as a
Well,
child.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And
if you
she's been
have
drinking since
parents,
she was a child.
exactly. If
So,
you have parents who already have that in their life, you know
yeah,
it's just going to intensify with something like that. And
absolutely.
I just I hate when people do that because it's so sad because I know when I had been handed a beer, here, drink this, you'll sleep good tonight because I wasn't sleeping.
Yeah.
And I just stared at that can and I'm like, just staring at it. And they're like, well, would you like a glass of wine instead? And I'm like, I don't think I should drink any of it
Mm.
because if it made me feel good enough to sleep, I would never stop drinking that stuff.
Yeah.
I
You'd want to
just,
sleep. You'd want to sleep
yeah,
all the time, so you didn't have to feel
yeah,
the pain. Yeah.
exactly. I would have never stopped. I knew it right then. I knew it. But if you have somebody that's part of their life, well, that's just going to intensify.
Yeah.
And I understand that because I could have almost been there myself, and my daughter did. Her husband had to finally take her for a drive one day and tell her, okay, I've given you enough time, enough space. You got to stop drinking. Austin's not coming back.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and so to see Sebastian's mom just go camping, what? That's crazy.
I mean,
It is crazy. And I don't feel bad for her. And I don't like that I don't feel bad for her.
right. That's hard. That makes you feel like, why don't I feel bad for her?
Exactly.
So she just went
Exactly.
camping?
They they just loaded up and went camping. They're in Mississippi. Everybody's searching for her son, and they're in a camper at a campground in Mississippi, a state that, should they get arrested or have evidence enough to arrest them, nobody can come get them because Mississippi is a no
They won't
extradition
extradite. Yeah. They won't extradite.
state.
Hmm.
I don't think any state it should be exempt from extradition.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I
you break
agree.
the law in the United States,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it should
Yeah.
be.
That little girl from Texas not too long ago that
I'm sorry, crippled.
was missing, and I went down to where they found her body. And it was before they found her, and I was going to do a live stream, and I'm like, I can't do this. This is not right.
Mm-hmm.
I just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
It's just like I've told y'all, I still haven't done it yet. I want to just drive
Yes.
through Beach Creek just with the camera going, just drive through Beach Creek.
Yes.
From
I
one
would love
end
to
to the
see
other.
that. Yeah, I would love to see that.
Candace's
Because
house?
seriously,
No, I'm not going to go to Candace's house. No, I'm not Ben Hill Road.
Beach Creek.
Beach
Yeah.
Creek, just through the creek.
Oh.
No, I don't. No, I'm not going to do that. That's Candace's home. That's where they live. That's where
Yeah.
I don't have no desire to go to Ben Hill, none whatsoever.
Well,
Yeah.
I was about to say, I'll take you up there if you want me to. Candace told me to come up tonight.
Did she?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
I would
invited. She's
love
invited me up there. She has.
I would love to go just to their driveway there and just
But
put my
I'm
hand on the ground and say a prayer
right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I
over
don't have
their
any desire
property?
to film up there is what I'm
Right.
trying to
No,
say.
no.
I
Yeah,
mean,
no.
there's enough of that been done.
I don't have any desire to film up there.
Mm-mm,
Right.
no.
I did video a little video where Jody Sue was standing that day and everything.
Yeah, which there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is I want to just maybe do it to music and just drive the drive and just film it. But I want to
Yeah.
wait until till the leaves are out and it's around that time of year
Yeah. Yeah.
and just drive through.
You know, in my mind, I had everything backwards. Isn't that crazy how
It's different up there
you
when everybody thinks.
and
Yeah.
that's what everybody keeps saying. And I did a video, a live one night, and I played Scotty Skulls. He had done that driving down Ben Hill,
Mm.
and we played it. And Nana for Life and Yennefer were in chat, and they're like, "It looks so different on video than what it is in person."
It does, yeah.
And
There's
I'm
a
like,
flat
"Wow,
spot where the kids played on the hill. It was a flat spot. They have like little monkey bar thingies. There's roses out beside it. They had a little fort built there on the side of the hill.
oh wow,
Yeah, there's a flat spot. And nine chances that's where I think Summer went to play that day. And you can see right up the hill that flat spot.
oh really,
There's yeah.
wow."
It's right there on the hill. The flat spot goes down a little bit and gets flat. And there's a flat spot up on the hill.
Mm,
It's not just all straight up.
yeah,
It's proportioned off some.
wow. I just would like to put my hands on their property and pray. That's my goal,
I was sitting
just to
down there
pray.
one day waiting I couldn't get my car up the driveway. And we went to pick up Candace, and Chiblee walked up there to get her. And I was sitting up by my driveway, and he was up there socializing with White Boy and Noel and them. And I just was just sitting there taking it all in, looking at
Yeah,
the mountain and, the possibilities and everything. I did record it, but that was for my own purpose.
right, yeah.
I know she's not there. She's not there.
No, I don't
You
think
know,
she is.
she's
Yeah,
not
I
Mm.
don't think she is.
She's
I
not on
just,
that land. And she didn't
I
pass
would
on the
just,
land, but the dogs would have found it.
right. I agree with you totally on that one. And like I say, I just want to pray. I just have had that desire to go pray over that property while they're there living on it or whatever. I just feel like all I can do is just pray.
Yep.
That's all I can do. I'm not going to find her. I don't know where to go to find her. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's
I mean,
what she needs the most. That's what she
and
needs
that's,
the most.
Right.
that's all I would ever want to do there if I was to go.
Yeah.
Cripple Creek said she lost her brother and she said she'd never get over it. Said, I still go to his house and sit and cry, and I miss him so much.
Yeah.
We talked every morning and every night. My life never been the same.
Yeah. I know. I
It
feel
never will
you.
be,
I'm
baby.
so
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
My kids don't even want to come to my house because it's not a happy place anymore.
You're
Right.
sort of moving?
Yes, I'm packing now. My son is going to buy the house, and there's a few little things that needs to be fixed around it, but he's going to get that taken care of, and he is going to sell it. And he said, Mama, you're come stay with me. We'll get the house sold. I'm going to buy you your own property, your own house, and you'll never have to move again if you don't want to. But I'm in a house that I moved in with 5 people.
Yeah.
My 2 kids moved out. They took a suitcase.
Yeah.
They don't think they have anything here anymore. I'm
Yeah.
like, really? I don't wear prom dresses or cheerleader outfits. I don't wear army uniforms and football helmets. But yeah. And then when
Thank you,
Greg
Spirit Miss. Good night, baby.
Greg
We'll pray
left,
for
he took
you.
an overnight bag, and that was it. So I'm packing up everybody's stuff, getting ready, and I'm gonna move because it's not the house we moved in. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It needs a big family. It's 4-bedroom house, and it's almost 3,000 square feet.
It's a
Right.
big house.
It is. It is a big house, and for me and my dog,
Yeah.
it's too
That's
much.
too much. That's too much to take care of.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it
Yeah.
has a pool, and I can't, keep the pool up and like I need to, and it's just time to go.
Yeah. I feel you.
Time to move on, and I got Austin's room packed. And when I was through, I walked out, shut the door, and it was like, okay, it's time to go.
Yep.
It took me a long time to get there, but once I did his room, I was like, okay,
Was it
time
like
to go.
was it a little closure for you?
It was.
Seemed like I feel
Fun.
that from you. Just you
Yeah.
saying that. That's just what it feels like a little bit. Like
Because,
it helped you actually.
Greg and I got divorced 2 weeks after we buried Austin.
Oh wow.
And then
Oh,
COVID hit,
Oh.
and everybody's quarantined, and I'm sitting here by myself.
Were y'all
And
already in the process of getting a divorce when he passed?
yes, we had our court date for 2 weeks after
Gotcha.
that day. So he wanted to go ahead and go through with it, and I was just like, oh my God, because I knew we would be selling the house. That's not something I need. This is way too big for me. But
Right.
I just looked at him and I was like, please don't make me move. I can't leave Austin's room. I can't. I was in a panic. And
Right.
he's like, no, you take all the time you need. Well, I'm finally kind of getting to that place. And then it's like, okay, I got to do this. And so once I started packing, that was the last thing I left to pack. And my room is just semi-packed.
Yeah.
But I had asked my kids to be there with me, and they're so busy with their kids, and it's ball season, so they got games and everybody's just busy.
Mm-hmm.
And I finally went in there one day by myself, and I'm going through everything of his, and it was like going down memory lane.
Yeah.
It was hard. It was hard, but it was like I would laugh sometimes. Sometimes I would just sit and cry. Sometimes I was laughing and crying. It was just an emotional roller coaster ride.
Yeah.
But when I walked out, it was like I could take a breath because Austin's not in that room anymore. It's just his stuff.
Yeah.
And when I realized I didn't have to give his stuff away or throw it away or, I just made the decision. I'm going to pack his boxes and they'll go with me.
Yeah.
And, that's okay.
Yeah.
So once I got there, got it done, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I'm ready
Well,
to
ladies,
go.
I love y'all. I'm gonna head out of here.
Well, that's
And-
fine. I want to end up ending it too.
Go to bed.
It's 5 hours.
I know.
And
I gotta get
Lolly, I definitely pray for your peace, baby.
Yes, we
Thank
do.
you.
And you
Thank
too,
you.
Chewy. I pray for your peace. I know you're coming up on a
Thank
year
you.
with your daddy.
Yeah. And I'm praying for you, Jinkies, for decisions to be clear.
Yes. That God makes it easy and he opens the door. If he opens the door,
you won't be able to close it.
Right.
Let me close it. Right.
Yeah.
Just
Yep.
like he did with that restaurant. I tried to close it. I had panic attacks, and it just flowed right into my hands like it was like. So yeah, I
Yeah.
know that if it's meant to be, it'll be. So if
Yeah.
it's not, it's not. But if it is, it
Right.
is.
Right.
But
Yeah.
you all have a good night, you all.
You
All
too. I
right.
love
Good
you. I
night.
love you, my
Bless y'all.
BFF. Bye.
Oh.
Giving kisses to everybody in chat, and y'all. Goodbye night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Chewy. Thank you for letting me come up. And
Holly, thank you for coming
I
up and
didn't
doing
mean
this.
to put such a sad twist to everything.
It's
Sorry.
okay. We're always all over. This is what my channel's all about. It's about sharing stories, you know,
Yeah.
and being
Yeah.
able to express
Well,
yourself, you know.
I appreciate you and your chat for listening, and it was good to talk. And yeah, like I said, this has just been a crazy hard week, but
I know it has.
I will make it through this too.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will. And I look forward to your Eclipse live.
Yes. Yes.
I hope
If anybody
I'm
wants
able to watch
y'all
it.
come on. I'll
Okay.
start about 12:30 that day because the the moon will already be starting that process. So
Right.
hopefully we'll pray for good weather.
Yes, I do. I do.
All right. Thank you, love.
Love you too. Love you. Bye-bye.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Well, everybody that's here, there's 23 of you still here. And I am so happy that y'all stayed this whole time. I love you guys so much. You all are awesome. Brandy, you're still here, darling. I didn't know you were still here. I seen you when I first started, and now when I end, and I've got where I've been boohooing. I've got raccoon eyes. But again, I love you guys so much. You are one of the best things in my life, and I appreciate each and every one of you. But y'all have a wonderful week, and I've got video of my planting. I'm going to edit it and upload a couple of them and see how it goes. I can always delete them if they don't do anything, and if people don't like them, it's okay. But I love you guys so much. Oh, Brandy. I'm glad because we've laughed, we've cried, we've done just about every bit of it. But I appreciate each and every one of you again. I love you. And until next time, Godspeed. And I pray for you. And I will see you again. I love you. Bye. Bye.